of that money, something like well, like 30 up to like 30% of it, and that would have been like $80 million. So if he just did the same shit, did the same show that he got from Austin, he would save $80 million. So it made a lot of sense for him to do that, though he doesn't talk about that part all that much. All right, so then he buys or like signs paperwork on a place that was going to be a new club, but it turned out that there was a documentary on it, and there was like a cult that was there, and so he got out of that, and then he bought what was uh, called an Alamo Draft House, which are like theaters that were big in the early 2000s, where you could like sit in couches and they had food, and it was like movie theater. All right, so it was still a year and a half. It took him a year and a half to build the comedy mothership. And so he talks Red Band and Tony Hinchcliffe could come out there. Then um, they wanted to do it. They wanted to move out there because they were doing Kill Tony virtually, and it sucked. It was just like I like those episodes, but they're just not very good. Um, and they're just a nostalgia. So Red Band and Tony Hinchcliffe move out there, and Joe Rogan's on Kill Tony a lot in those days. And they did it from first this place, I don't remember the name of it, and then and then Tony Hinchcliffe told a joke. He used a racial term for Asian people that starts with C and ends with a K, and there was a huge amount of backlash. And he did it during Asian Heritage Month. So what ends up happening is Tony gets canceled a whole bunch, and the place where they were doing Kill Tony says they can't do it anymore. So then they go to another place, with a big gas company, and then they did it there. And Joe Rogan was on those episodes a lot too. And then once the comedy mothership, that's what Kill Tony kind of came into its own and started becoming more and more a national, like international sensation. So this all is getting to where I'm just sort. All right, so that
Nice. I like
I know, but
going back.
yeah, I know. Do you know this? Well, it's all the documentary. Do you know this backstory?
I do know,
Okay,
but it's cool. It's cool.
so then Joe Rogan opens the comedy mothership, and um, it becomes like a sensation in Austin. And all these people move to Austin, but some bigger comics moved there as well, like Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon, and like a bunch of like more medium-sized comics. Oh, Tom Segura moved there, some other people, and started doing their shows from there. Basically, the way that Joe Rogan could convince these guys to do this stuff is, look, you're already on the road, you know, out of 52 weeks out of the year, like maybe 40 weeks out of the year, you're already all over the place. If you stay in New York or California, they're going to charge you state income tax. So if you just have your address be Texas, you're going to save a whole lot of money. And so a lot of these guys move there, and it's a smart move for them to move there. Then, most recently, well, Kill Tony becomes a sensation. It overtakes the Joe Rogan Experience in on the YouTube list. Um, it is, its own show now, basically. And um, they they don't really need Joe Rogan anymore, like they did. They're like basically independent. Okay, so then the people who moved to Austin no longer, a lot of people don't enjoy it anymore because where Joe opened this club, it's on 6th Street. Well, I've never been to Austin. I just heard, and like everybody says, 6th Street is just like a huge shithole. because it's right by the homeless shelter. All these people do drugs there, and it's just it's just full of people who will rob you and all kinds of stuff like that. So, but Joe Rogan, who when he goes to his club, he goes with private security with like Navy SEALs, and they like lock off the. Isn't it funny? Like he goes in a whole motorcade when he goes to his place, um, which it's like he's kind of losing touch on what he once was, which was not that he didn't start off a wealthy person. He started off pretty poor. So now he
He
has.
doesn't want to get charged
That's true. It'll be interesting to see how
on money.
right. Um, so, which they still haven't found the guy who shot him, which is really disturbing. You would have thought that,
Yeah, they did. It's the CIA.
yeah, dog, dude. You want to know something? Okay, so I haven't been able to talk about this with anybody, but okay, so let me just finish Joe Rogan. So I watched this whole documentary on it, and basically the documentary ends with all these people who moved to Austin just talking about it, basically saying that it's a shithole. And so Tim Dillon moved out, even though he still has two houses there. And Shane Gillis, like basically is moving back to New York City. Now there's the next thing that's going to probably happen that I've heard is Joe Rogan's going to start a comedy mothership in Brooklyn, and then another one in LA, which will be just to compete with the uh, comedy stuff. Okay, so ask me what I think happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 15th, 2024.
No, we're not talking about the fun. We'll definitely talk about the assassination. This documentary was supposedly called Elephant Graveyard. You told me a 20-minute story, but you did not iterate really on how they actually ruined comedy. It seems like a clickbait title, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
Made a few indie games and moved to like Austin, and maybe they had some regrets, but the rest was shitty and live up to their expectations. Fine, but
well, okay.
I think the comedy is totally fine. There is kind of like a monopoly, like Joe Rogan's here, like stranglehold though on the comedy
And that's
itself.
yeah.
That's what you want to get at.
Yeah. So that's what they talk about. Cat Williams. Do you know who Cat Williams is?
Yeah, he's the guy with the purpose.
Absolutely, he's hilarious. He basically made a comment on the Shannon Show Club Shay Shay that Joe Rogan has say 6 funny comics on at the time, and just and so like basically this is Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, Ryan Callen, Brendan Schaub, and like what is that guy's name? Say? Like basically that's and oh yeah, like, that's how I found out that Joe Rogan would like repost Andrew Schultz's shit during the pandemic. That was
I don't think Andrew Schultz is like a bad comedian. Again, I guess that Cat Williams probably wants to get some of that funnel views in his bank account.
and he did. And he did. After saying that, his special went to #1 on Netflix. Like, he got a huge bump. And basically, they said that like those comics. I think Andrew Schultz of the group is very funny, and he should be included with that. And Cat Williams didn't name exactly who the comics were, but there's this huge like backlash against Joe Rogan for just not being very funny. Like his specials are, they're okay. I mean, like I've watched them. There was a time when I went for like 39 years of my life until this summer, never having seen Joe Rogan stand up. Basically, maybe a clip here or there. And I finally went through and watched all his specials. He's an okay stand up comedian. I'm not going to say he's unfunny, but he isn't one of the greats. At least he can be very funny. I think if I were sitting with him or his friend, I would think he'd be really funny. But there's a certain level of big funny and like George Carlin funny or Rodney Dangerfield funny. Like that's another level of comedian. Well, Elephant Graveyard.
But he's more, he's in my brain, UFC commentator first. Then a podcast really. I get fucking elk hunter third, and then like a lot of list of shit, and then it's like
That's what I love about him. I love how well-rounded a person he is.
I think he's just very he's just like a likable, good person. He's great. He's not just like hilarious and cracking the like that's fine. I don't think he needs to be. I think he's good the way he is. But I get people to be like, yeah, I need to be.
I agree. And it's like, what more do you want from him? He
No one forces you to watch.
exactly, exactly. But I mean, he's just so good at so many different things. I don't even want to say he's so good. He's had the opportunity to be really good at so many things. He wasn't ever a really good actor, but I remember him being on news radio. And then Fear Factor, I really liked him on Fear Factor. And I really liked him on the Chappelle show. He did two Chappelle shows. And then I really liked what he did with Carlos Mencia, calling out Carlos Mencia as a joke thief. I really liked that. And then I remember watching, I was in a different apartment in Fullerton, California, when the Joe Rogan experience started. And it was December 26th, 2009. And it was very quickly in my feed on YouTube. And I started watching them like really early on. I think like very, very early. Like I can say like I'm an OG Joe Rogan fan from those days. And then there have been times when I didn't listen to it though. And then I have to catch up on episodes. But he he like revolutionized podcasting. Dude, I saw this clip of him today. Do you know who Tom Green is? You should. He's Canadian. Yeah, exactly. Um, so do you remember? You probably don't. But do you know what the Tom Green show was?
I've seen my episodes.
So I loved the Tom Green show when I was a kid. It used to be on MTV, like usually late at night, but it was uh, absolutely. And Joe Rogan said that Tom Green inspired him. I watched this episode today, or this clip of Joe Rogan sitting. Tom Green basically set up like a night show setup with like a desk and chairs and couches, and he had a sidekick, and they would just live stream on the internet. And they took this content and had it on. I don't know if it was CBC or what is it, CBN? What's the Canadian broadcast? CBC? Okay. I don't know if it was on that, but it was on some Canadian show and some Canadian channel. And then the United States used to syndicate it on MTV. And Tom Green would just do things that I really like. I'll say this, like, at least being an inspiration to me. Joe Rogan certainly has been Tom Green. And the show Jackass. Do you know what the show Jackass is? I'm sure you've probably heard of it. Where they would just take a camera. Exactly. It was just like this.
I mean, I went to really see the movies, and I realized like a month ago, like 2 months ago maybe, I was like, oh, I can actually watch the TV show I've never even seen.
Dude, the TV show is so nostalgic for me because my friends and I used to just watch it like when we were in high school. It always came on really late, and then have like they would just show them over and over and over again because MTV didn't really have any programming at that time. Uh, Music videos had become too expensive to run, so they would just show Jackass all the time because it didn't get the highest rating, but it got pretty good rating. And it was something that you could just show all the time. And you know, when you're in high school, that shit's like super funny to you. And I remember when I saw Jackass, I it was at that time it was harder than I ever laughed. And I was at my friend's house, and
Watched it in theaters, I'm guessing.
no, we did not. We rented it from Blockbuster, and we watched it at my friend's house. His mom had this like really fancy room up there. They had like part of their house built on, and we watched it. I was like pure white room with like all these windows, and it was like hilarious that like here we're watching a guy take a toy car and shove it up his ass in a condom in this like very like dainty like place of the house. And we had to be careful because we didn't want his parents like finding out we were watching. I did not watch it in theaters, and the reason why I didn't watch it in theaters was it just wasn't that. I don't want to say it wasn't that big. It was just like, oh, it's just guys from uh, that TV show. It wasn't like a revolution like it would be. Um, so then that was an inspiration book. So and Tom Green would do some things like that where he would kind of these man on the street things where he would just go up to people and be like, like what do you think of what do you think of whatever? He just like man on the street stuff is really interesting. So but Tom Green was definitely an inspiration. So Joe Rogan's on Tom Green, and you see him where he gets the idea for Joe Rogan, where they're just drinking like a Corona beer, and Joe Rogan's like, "Wow, I could. This is great." So you're just like live streaming to the world. And Tom Green's like, "Yeah, it's just like on the internet." And Joe Rogan's like, "If you could somehow monetize this would be a game changer because you wouldn't have to worry about advertisers anymore. Like you literally see the years working." And right soon thereafter, Joe Rogan started the Joe Rogan experience. And the only reason why he was able to do that is he had contracts with NBC back then. He had made a lot of money. He is the most fortunate person when he says this when it comes to Hollywood of any person. He has gone on two, not interviews, but casting, and he got both. He got the one that they did like a baseball show that got canceled, and he did news radio. And then since then, everybody's known who he was and everything. And he didn't have to like he did the UFC for the first like 6 times that they did it for free. He just did it because he loved the sport and knew it was going to be really good. And it's really interesting to watch him in all interviews where people are like, don't you think that it's like like immoral to have two guys beat up on each other? He's like, this is what boxing is. It's just the fact that you can go to the ground. I mean, it's like exactly the same thing, but it's just way more exciting. It's engaging and everything. Anyway, so you could see on Tom Green, like where Joe Rogan says Tom Green and the Podfather, this guy who used to be an MTV DJ, who had like the first real podcast. They were like his inspirations. And then Redman started doing like, behind the scenes footage at the Comedy Store that eventually then they started live streaming, which is what I did too. I have all this footage of myself at the Comedy Store, but also just all over California, just like basically GoPros. And then eventually I started live streaming. Um, so Joe basically starts his podcast. It gets to be really big, and um, and revolutionizes comedy. But the people are like basically uh, very critical of what he's done to comedy in general. So they are critical of Kill Tony, which is like a kind of a Joe Rogan branch off, because you have to have like 1 minute and be really funny, and if you're not funny, you don't succeed. So that changes something. In fact, Bill Burr has spoken out about that. He's been on Kill Tony one time. He was like, "This isn't fair. Like, you're not giving people a chance to really, be funny and tell stories and stuff. they have to be funny within 1 minute. That's not enough time. Which there's that argument, and Joe Rogan put like a lot of people out there to who aren't funny, and but yet he's kind of shoving down people's throats. And so there's this one thing that happened. There's this female comedian. Her name is Annie Letterman, and she has this story where so Brendan Schaub, like I always talk about, she and he were at the comedy store, and Brendan asked her if she would walk her to his truck, and she's like, "What?" Like basically, in a later story, she's like, "Why? So I can blow you? Like, I don't want to hang out with you. You're married and you have kids. Like that's a scumbag thing to do." So she was on the podcast with this Kabaya, this girl from Bobby Lee's uh, podcast.
I know.
You know who I'm talking. Yeah, you know. Okay. Uh, and so they talk about. They don't name Brendan Schaub's name, but they say that there's just this unfunny comic who wanted Annie to walk her to his truck, and Elia says, "Yeah, like this guy texted her like a few years before on New Year's. She's like scumbag. Uh, it's scumbag uh, behavior." And Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, I didn't do that. We didn't name you, but now you're just basically like waving the flag at yourself. Anyway, this Annie Letterman went around and I think basically said, like, basically called out Brendan Schaub. And Annie Letterman used to be on the Joe Rogan Experience, like every she's been on before, but now she's like not invited to the comedy membership, and they're critical of Joe Rogan. Like basically, like you have to side with him, or else you get cut off. And then like she's gonna have a fine career. She'll be fine. She's good looking and funny and stuff like that. But at least like the Elephant Graveyard documentary, but he's made two of them. He made like an hour-long one, and then most recently he did a video. The first one's called I'm Bizarre. The second one is called Comedy Armageddon or something like that. And basically, it just goes into the fact that like if you don't go with Joe, he will cut you off. And I didn't think it's like that much, but that's how they make it. Okay, so Brendan Schaub, who is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, goes on. He was just on his podcast and with uh, Brian Callen, the fighting, had somebody call in, and this guy called in and he was like, "Should I get a haircut or should I shave my head? What do you guys think?" That was a question that the caller posed, and they were like, "Brendan Schaub, I know a lot of guys who shave their head and sling dick, like Dana White, Joe Rogan. That's about it." He didn't say Jeff Bezos. Basically, then this raised this huge alarm. Like, whoa, Joe Rogan is married. What do you mean he's slaying? And I get how Brendan Schaub said this. Like, I say it all the time. Slaying a dick like it's going out of style. Like it's just like a saying. Like you're killing it. Like you're doing really well. But it made it sound like Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife. And so Brendan Schaub had to come out and be like, "No, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it like he was doing really well." Dana White does his own thing, like, and Jeff Bezos too. But I was just saying that, like, you can have a bald head and still do really well. I did not mean it like he was cheating on his wife. So it caused all this uproar. And then for a while, Joe Rogan kind of kept a little bit of distance. As I've said previously, I say it all the time, Brendan Schaub is the number one person ever on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's the number one guest, but he hadn't been on in like a year until this past weekend. So he was on for. Have you ever seen the fight companions they do on Joe Rogan? So what Joe Rogan does is, if there's a fight that he's not doing the interviews. He doesn't do them. He doesn't do them like in other countries, or if they're not like a big UFC event. what he'll do is he'll have his friends over, like Ryan Callen and then this other like UFC guy, and then Brendan Schaub, and they will watch them, and then they have a little clock in the corner so that you can kind of sync it up, so that you're really watching it with. It's a cool thing, and so Brendan Schaub was on there this past week. It was the first time in like more than a year that he'd been on, but now he's on, or maybe I don't know, more than something. Anyway, long story short, this very long story short, this uh, documentary went into all of this, all the things like basically if you are a Joe Rogan side in comedy nowadays, then you're like an outsider. You have to be part of this boys club. It's called the Rogan Sphere for a reason, and uh, in reality, Joe Rogan is the head of it. It's really like Shane Gillis, who is like the hottest comedian in comedy right now. And so Joe Rogan does everything he can to like be in good graces with Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis just like, fucking, I'm big enough now that I can do whatever I want, and I have a big enough podcast that I can do whatever I want, and I don't really need fucking Austin, Texas. I have New York City and Philadelphia and LA. So, and uh, um, Bill Burr got like Bill Burr. A lot of people would say Bill Burr's part of the Rogan sphere, but there's an argument that he's not because he he and Joe Rogan got into it over like medical issues. Um, I don't think it's been on since. I don't know if Joe was not having Bill on or Bill just didn't have it or whatever. Um, there's the argument that was recently made about um, Joe Rogan. Oh, Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura. They did. They used to have this. They still do a podcast called Two Bears, One Kid, and it's just like the worst podcast in the world. It's literally two really rich dudes talking about how much money they have and then killing their tequila everywhere. Um, and that's how it's like they don't they've lost connection with anybody. And if you really look into the backgrounds of these uh, podcasters or these comedians, a lot of them come from a lot of money, and they have to because you're not working. It's like you need somebody to support you. Like Bert Kreischer's dad is a lawyer for the Church of Scientology in like Florida, and uh, Tom Segura's dad was uh, a vice president at Merrill Lynch, and Ryan Callen's dad was an international banker, and Whitney Cummings' dad was or her mom was like a regional director or something for Lehman Markets. It's like these people, like, when you start to look into their backgrounds a little bit, it's like, oh, no wonder they're able to just sit around and talk in a microphone all day because they don't have to work a real job. Like very few of them have a dream their kind of story where they didn't have anything, they had to basically be honest and all that other shit. So like the idea is this: like when you get into the world, the comedy world, where to be Joe Rogan's good graces, you uh, basically have to. Well, he's starting to make
I
it.
think you're, sorry, finish it.
You basically have to get connected with him in order to get into comedy nowadays. The way that he has built the system is you start as a door person at the comedy mothership, like a lot of people did at the comedy store, and then you work your way up, like PC Rocket did, and Cam Patterson, and now Cam Patterson's going to be on Saturday Night Live.
I do know what it is.
You know who Cam Patterson is?
Good for them.
Oh, Cam Patterson,
Oh my goodness. Let's see. Uh,
he's like the biggest thing in comedy nowadays. Up and coming.
and with the K.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So he basically came from like a poor background in Orlando, Florida. He was a stand for 2 years.
This guy killed Tony.
Yeah, and then um, they somebody told there's another friend that he had, another guy named Cam, who told the people at Kill Tony, look, my friend Cam Patterson is going to be in town. You want to get this guy on? He's really really funny. He's been doing this for 2 years. Um, Tony fell in love with him the first time he saw him and made him a regular like immediately. He started selling merch on Kills Tony's store like crazy. He could sell anything in it. Well. In fact, he even would sell rocks, just like rocks that you would get at a landscaping store, and he would sell them for $10 each. And then eventually, um, he is not going to be in that. He was in a Kevin Hart movie on Netflix. He's going to be in the Theo Vaughn and David Spade movie with William Montgomery.
Okay.
And then,
Got it.
and then he made
I
it
get it.
made it to Saturday Night Live, which is the biggest kind of comedy thing that you can do in the United
Got it.
States. So that's what this documentary is on. And then I cut you off. So what?
I think I don't know. I got you know, but I was just looking at a list of the top 100 comedians, or a few lists of like type it in top 100.
Is that the comedy?
And
Is that the Comedy Central list?
I was looking at IMDb and right.
Oh, okay, good. What does it say is number one? Jay Seinfeld.
Um, on the IMDb one, or sorry, so it says Dave Chappelle on the other one.
Okay.
This one's weird though. I wouldn't think Bill Burr is the number 2 comedian in the world. I don't know how this is rated though. I don't really know. This says best comedians. It's a classic crowd ranking performed by the fans' perspective. Okay, so it just basically who's the funniest. It's kind of it. But I'm planning on getting illustrate. I was mostly gonna say that it's maybe things have changed and I recognize that. But if you go to like the top 100 list, like I start naming people. Is Mark Normand at all in the Joe Rogan figure? I would not say that he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say that he's been on Phil Tony recently, and he's been on the Joe Rogan Experience. Basically, anyone who's been on the Joe Rogan kind of
But I believe that he started in New York and had no connections to like before and all that shit. Like he was building his own.
right. As I understand, he's from New Orleans, and he started at the Comedy Cellar along with like Shane Gillis and those guys.
Right.
The Comedy
Okay,
Cellar.
so John Mulaney. Okay.
He's from, John Mulaney's from Chicago. John Mulaney's
Not in the Rogan.
John Mulaney's from Chicago, not in the.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Boston, but I don't think he needed Joe Rogan's help whatsoever to become successful. I don't even. He's
Actually,
done like maybe 1 or 2.
actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico.
Before he was in,
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico.
grew up in Boston. He was born there, but he grew up in Boston.
Right, and he did not. He was a writer on several TV shows. So but you understand they're all related.
have a connection, or at least a strong connection with the Rogan sphere.
That's correct.
And my point is that a lot of these comedians in the top 100, Jim Gaffigan, Greg Carr,
Correct.
Gabriel Iglesias, Pat Williams,
Correct.
Dave Tell,
Correct.
like a lot of them don't have a connection to Joe Rogan.
No, but you're naming all veteran comedians, not younger comedians.
Well, that was the part of my second point is that I'm saying like right now maybe it's involved where like he has this gatekeeper like privileges, admin privileges for like this internet success overnight.
Well, it has a lot to do with the podcasting world. All those other guys that you named did not need, they didn't have podcasts. But like now, one thing that this documentary covered is no longer will you make money. Well, like before, you would just make money doing stand-up comedy. Then when the podcast world came out, it was something that you did in order to make people aware of where you were going to be doing comedy and to build up a little bit of an audience so that you'd be like, hey, I'm going to be at Tempe or Arizona, and then everybody in Tempe would know that you were coming there. But now these podcast things have become almost, if not more lucrative for many of these people because of the ad reads and the endorsements and actually doing stand-up comedy. So they almost have become podcasters more than they're comedians.
Sorry, can you explain that again?
Absolutely. So back in the day, there was no podcasting. So these guys were just stand-up comedians. Louis C.K. Do you know who Dane Cook is?
The VCK was on the radio show, which kind of like podcast or something.
Oh wait, hold on. That's how you used to have to do it. So you'll hear these comedians, veteran comedians, who would say, let's say they were going to be in Boston.
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern exactly is who it was. He was the biggest thing in New York. Wherever you were, in whatever city, you would do morning radio. And you'd be like, hey, I'm going to be at the Funny Bone in Wichita, Kansas. And you would do that every single morning. There was like a schedule that they would do. It was usually be in town by Thursday to do Friday morning radio, promote your shows for Friday and Saturday, and then I believe also Sunday they would do a show and then leave on Monday. Or sometimes they would leave on Sunday but stay till Monday if the drugs were good. That's how they used to say. And then you'd be in the next city the next week. Like that was your week. But you would always do the Thursday morning radio or Friday morning. They would make sure people knew that you were in town, and so they would buy tickets. That was what. Yeah, so these comedians would do that. They did that for like from the 1980s to the 1990s to the 2000s. They would do morning radio. But then with the podcast book had occurred, these comedians realized that if they did podcasts, they didn't necessarily have to do morning radio as much because they would already sell out by the time they got to the city. So there's no reason to do morning radio and sell tickets if you already sold out. It's just another thing that you have to do, and you don't have to do it if you already sold out the tickets. And in the beginning, like 2010, early 2010s, uh, doing podcasting wasn't that lucrative financially. But it has become to the point where these comedians actually make as much money or more money doing their podcast than they did for just doing the stand-up comedy. So many of them, I mean not many, but some of them have just even stopped doing stand-up comedy. The big one who's done this is um, Brendan Shaw. But even like Tom Segura doesn't do as much stand-up comedy as he once did because he makes money on Your Mom's House and all their studios and all his endorsements and Two Bears, one cave and all of that. They don't have to go on the road every single weekend like they once did. bring in money. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's how we learned about the Joe Rogan. A lot of people don't like it. It's something that he fucks up. I've learned this with anybody, whether it's a politician or just anybody who has skeletons in their closet. Not everybody's perfect. I know I'm not perfect, but basically, like I recognize that Joe Rogan does a lot to. He's revolutionized a bunch of industries. He revolutionized the health industry, the podcasting industry, the like mixed martial arts. He did Fear Factor, which was a
Great.
which said know that yet. But I don't know if you remember if it was big in Canada, but Fear Factor was huge in the United States. It was a revolution. It was like one of the biggest shows on TV. And and I think he could do that again and make it a giant thing, like absolutely giant. I think they had Ludacris who did it after Joe Rogan and his American Space. Okay, so like Joe Rogan will tell you, or any of these comedians, the real comedian who changed the game when it came to comedy in the early 2000s was Dane Cook. Because Dane Cook was on MySpace and he got a lot of girls, like he's a good looking dude and he got a lot of girl fans. And he would like cultivate them using the internet. And so he's like the person who everybody gives a lot of credit to. They give a lot of credit. And his stand up was fucking hilarious. In 2004, there was no bigger comedian in the world than Dane Cook. He's kind of like what Matt Rife is today for the TikTok generation, but he was for MySpace, and he was giant. And okay, with that, that's enough comedy for now. Ask me what I think
Oh,
happened. Go ahead.
can I ask a first thing? Take like a fork in the road to a different discussion that I wanted to have.
Absolutely.
Kind of like here. And it is related to comedian podcast. And I believe I may have talked about it a few months ago, but I kind of put this idea on the back burner. I'm not sure why there's like a wrench in the whole machinery that I'm forgetting about. But do you remember if I feel like you must remember, but I was talking to you about like this company business that I wanted to start, which was the creator and tokenization platform. And basically, it came to me in a dream where I was scrolling on a website with a bunch of podcasts on it, and you could click on whatever Tiger Belly podcast, and there was a coin attached to the podcast that represented if you like buy the coin, you're buying shares in the podcast. Like the shares represent like revenue sharing of the podcast itself, so you would own a little piece of Tiger Belly, similar to kind of how fractional real estate works.
Yeah, I remember this.
And then I was like, oh, this could apply to other creator economies, such as OnlyFans models, or a big one, YouTube, or a big one, music artists, which is all about like YouTube and Spotify. Basically, apparently there's this book on it called like the Unincorporated Man. And it's about a guy who wakes up in the future and he's one of the only, or he's like the only person who like isn't completely owned by a corporation. And not to be like super dystopian or whatever, because that's not the goal of this. The goal, I guess, is to actually like drive growth for these different creators by giving them a different revenue stream, and then also providing a new like incentive structure for their fans, where the fans are actually incentivized to promote it more because they actually own a their investment, and also, it's just better. It's basically like Patreon, but Patreon you can find a token and actually get dividends as well as access to use exclusive content through ownership. And so it'd be if Joe Rogan issued a coin, there'd probably be a lot of people know it, want to buy the coin. If when the coin was paying out earnings of the Joe Rogan podcast into your bank account with them. And you can also potentially compound those dividends with other lending protocols in order to get an even better yield. Please tell me why. I mean, I think some people in the Telegram chat earlier, they told me the idea, they thought that it sounded interesting. Not that it's the easiest set of hurdles to overcome, but it's possible. So, give me the whole 9 yards truth, the Rabbi theorem of painful why my idea sucks or doesn't suck, whatever it is. I find it interesting that somehow, it came to me in a dream, but there isn't a protocol yet, tokenization of all these things is coming into the world, but no one's really talked about tokenization of the creator company.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that it is okay, so the reason why it, so it's kind of, I know what tokenization is and everything, but I just want to create an analogy. It would be like a company sells stock, a podcast would sell stock, basically, right?
Absolutely, the perfect parallel.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's and, uh, so creators do this already to some extent with endorsements that they do. So, if I like the Joe Rogan experience, then I can support him by buying stuff on it and by the greens and PG1 or all of that shit that he sells. That's how I can support it. But I don't have a share or any ownership in the podcast. So this would basically be there are other ways that you can support um, podcasters. The big one is Patreon, and you don't get any ownership of podcasts. So this would allow you to get ownership. Now, I like that. Nice. I hear people come in with shitty ideas, and this is not one of them. This is a good idea. Okay, so I only want to say why it wouldn't work because I think you can make it work, and I don't say that about every idea that people come in. Normally, I'm really good at there's a huge loophole, or there's a huge red flag.
You could get ripped on trying to make very well.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, anything like that. Okay, so let's use an example. Um, of something that neither of us really like, but we both know. Okay, you mentioned Tiger Belly. Okay, so we're gonna use Tiger Belly as our example, since neither of us are super diehard about it, but we both know about it. That's Bobby Lee and Saliva, and I don't even know what they do, but it's from Bobby Lee's Garage in Burbank, something like that, and it's really brightly colored. It's been around a long time. Okay, so Bobby Lee starts saying, "We need more money. we're getting popular, whatever. I mean, we're not. And so we're going to offer 100 shares for this. Well, I think Tiger Belly got it is a business already because that's why he and Chloe they're not dating anymore. They're like owning that business together. So I'm sure there's Tiger Belly LLC. I'm not certain that's what it is. So you basically would just be taking that company public and offering 100 shares or whatever, a million shares, whatever. But you just make you don't necessarily make the pod. There's a way to do it to tokenize the podcast as well, and I get that. But basically, uh, you could just have Tiger Belly LLC offer, uh, have an IPO, initial public offering, for some amount of stock that you just buy into the company. Do we agree that's an
Um, yes.
option? Okay.
I mean, is it that? I thought in order to go public, you have to be like big enough for like a stock exchange.
No, no. You can like if you want to get on the Dow Jones, that's a big one. But you can get on Nasdaq, which is smaller, or called um, it's called the Russell 5000. Like 5,000 companies on there, and even smaller organizations. Like I was a part of an organization that was just run by two people, and they had stock. So it's just however your attorneys draw it up. But basically, they could sell stock in their company. They did. That's not what they were doing it for. But it was just like how they distributed ownership of their company. So no, it doesn't have to necessarily be on an exchange. Now, if you wanted to be on an exchange, then I think you have to go through the SEC and some other things. But basically, like Tiger Belly could potentially, if it got big enough, um, meeting like they had enough interest, they would do an IPO, initial public offering for whatever. Let's say stock at $1, just for simplicity, and then anyone who liked their podcast would buy that stock, and then they would own part of Tiger Belly LLC.
Does it become a security the moment you allow those like investors that are trying to make a return?
It would.
Okay. Apparently, like somehow, like the way that they frame it with the tokenizing real estate, which tokenizing real estate through an NFT is basically just taking stocks, digitizing. But the way that they frame it as an NFT somehow exploits this securities like, and I think when you're dealing with the SEC and securities, there's just a whole lot of legal jargon and little hoops to get your hips around the circle of.
Yeah. So basically, I would say a better example of this is your mom's house because that's Tom Segura and um, Chris or whatever, and they have that show, and they have a bunch of other shows underneath them, and they become like a podcast studio that you go in there and find out their stuff. I think that probably is worth more to Bobby Lee's company. So, um, like that, your mom's house, I think probably is worth probably 10, maybe more than 10 million. So that one, they do an IPO, people would buy their stock. They don't need to do it. It's not. They make enough money doing what they're doing. Tom Segura's killing it. I mean, he's now no longer doing podcasting or comedy. He's directing. Did you know this?
I did not.
Yeah. So
The movie business seems like very close to gambling almost.
it definitely is. And if you know, there's something called Hollywood accounting. It's really shitty what happens. So, oh, it's terrible. Okay, so let's say you make an independent. It's not an independent film, but you make a small film. You personally with, let's say, Warner Brothers, and your movie has a budget of $1 million, and let's say it makes $100 million, right? It makes 100x, and your movie is just on, I don't know, a podcast. Let's just say, oh, that's great. So you should, let's say in your contract, whatever you were going to make on the movie, let's say they were going to pay you a base of $100,000, and then whatever the box office was, you were going to make that many X. So you would have made 100X. So you would have made $10 million. But with Hollywood accounting, they do sometimes, and it's not right. But then they'll do this. They'll take a movie like, I don't know, Transformers 10, or whatever, some movie that loses a lot of money, and they will take the editing fees that they would have done, that they did on Transformers 10, let's just say Transformers 12, whatever movie it is, and give those to your movie and just say that it took more money than we thought it was going to do post production editing. And that means that your movie would normally, it made 100x, that's great, but they add a $50 million post production cost to it. Or another one that they do, they'll do something like this. They'll say, all right, let's say our marketing budget for your movie is going to be $10 million, whatever. Forget the numbers I said before. So it's a new movie. Our marketing budget would be $10 million. You're like, great. What they'll do is sometimes take out of your marketing budget to promote some other movie, but since it's all under the same umbrella, they have a way of just basically not giving you the same marketing that they said they were going to and giving it to another movie. It's really disgusting. There's not a whole lot you can do.
I mean, if it's Warner Brothers, like, I mean, who's the Mom's House guy? What's his name?
Segura? Tom Segura.
Yeah, so Tom Segura, he's partnered with Warner Brothers to produce a movie, right? He's probably putting up like zero stake, or maybe a little bit of stake in the movie, but like Warner Brothers is probably financing like 95% of it or something. So doesn't it make sense that Warner Brothers can just like, oh, we need to like balance, like basically Warner Brothers is just saying like we produce fucking 25 movies like this quarter, and fucking 8 of them are like underwater and shit, but the other like whatever, the rest of them are enough positive that we're actually still making money overall. So just need to like, I don't know, somehow do some Hollywood bullshit accounting to make it hunky dory.
Well, that's what happens. Yeah. It just can hurt people in the end because I agreed to do one thing, and it turns out that it didn't work out that way. And unless you want to go to court with these people, you just have to take it. I mean, you can go to war with Warner Brothers, but guess what? You're not going to get your next movie with them, and probably isn't going to want to work with you. And there are only so many movies. You basically blackball you.
Do you think that Pirate Bay should be held accountable for like they're being sued by like Warner Brothers and like, all these media companies for this? It's kind of like the Silk Road shit where he's like, oh, I'm just the guy who created a website that facilitates data sharing and like file sharing.
Right.
But
Um,
then,
Same
like,
thing. Like,
excuse me, but the files that you're sharing are like clearly illegal. Like,
but he's not
shouldn't
sharing
be
them.
regulated.
But he's not sharing them. So he's just the middle. He just
But
gives.
it's
He just
allowing it to happen.
that's true.
You're not monitoring.
But I understand that. I think that that is.
So road apartment. I don't think our people think got prosecuted. Maybe they did. I don't think so though, because they are like Swedish internet law or something. It's just like, yeah, you're good.
And I think that's how it worked. Napster got it years ago. It's the same argument to me as this. Do you prosecute the? It's not exactly this, but like the Department of Transportation because people use the roads to do illicit drug deals? You get what I'm saying? It's not a perfect analogy, but it's similar to me. There's an argument to be made. We're going to prosecute the Department of Transportation people because they maintain the infrastructure for one drug dealer to get to another drug dealer. Yeah, but they didn't deal the drugs; they just had the infrastructure. In the same way, the Silk Road or Napster or the Pirate Bay just built the infrastructure for one person to share with another. Does that make sense?
I do see what you're saying, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like they could, if they wanted to, like Pirate Bay could curate content that is like it's copyrighted for that.
Yeah, but you know how much work that is? It's very expensive, and if you run into the issue
I
where
mean, it's hard to a lot of people's livelihoods. Maybe not need any money to finance the next season of whatever because no one's actually paying for content anymore. So it has repercussions on society.
I get that, and it does, but
Not that like Warner Brothers is like probably gonna go broke, but they will go broke if they keep spending millions of dollars on films that no one's paying for eventually.
I agree with you. Um, I mean,
But okay, also, um, I'm not sure if this is the case, but I'm just gonna like draw a parallel here that I've seen YouTube videos that are basically making the assertion that Spotify is like making artists poor because the way that their revenue sharing works is like it's basically like a fractionalized like, podcast investor token. Like all of the artists, like the cumulative artists, are all put into a pool, and their percentage ownership of how much of the total subscription will pay out that's allocated to them is based on how much like listener time or whatever the fuck they get, and then the pool is paid out according to if you're at the top drink, you get a ton of listeners, you get more of the pie. If you're middle dude, you get middle share, blah blah. But because the subscription model is like only $9.99 and it's stretched out with like audiobooks and music, it basically like it's spreading the $9.99 subscription like thinner and thinner. And I'm going to assume that with Netflix and other streaming platforms, this like subscription model of $9.99, that $9.99 or whatever the fuck it is, like they need to allocate all those subscription dollars to the films that are like on their site, you know.
that's true.
So, but maybe they're getting richer. I don't know. Because the streaming shit didn't really even exist a while ago. There'd just be DVD sales though afterwards.
Um, there, what you're saying is true. It, it's basically a limited pot, and everybody's going to share it. And that's why I don't think that model works. If you want to know the way that it should work, artists should give their music away. Music, especially today, is not hard to make, especially with computers and AI and stuff. Where you should make the money as an artist is your concerts. So the smart way to do it is give your music videos away, give your songs away, 100%. Give them away. Put them in commercials for free and everything. Everyone will like your music because it's everywhere. And then charge for your tickets and your merchandise. That's how you make money. You know, somebody like Snoop Dogg only makes like $70,000 a year on all his music on Spotify. Not that much. I mean, $70,000 is good, but he's got a huge catalog. It's not that much, but that's why he does all kinds of endorsements, and he does um, in person
TV shows,
TV shows, and
movies.
he does the voice and all of that. That's where you make money. But you know why he's able to do all that? Because everybody has access to it, or like knows his music. And so, if you're an artist, if you want to make money, you got to recognize that you're not like let's say you got a really great voice. That's great. Are you hot? That's bigger than if you have a good voice because with auto tune, you can make anybody have a good voice. If you're hot and you are popular and you've got social media pull and everything, then you can easily make music. Like you can take somebody like Sydney Sweeney and have her sing a song and be really popular. Like music is really easy to do. What isn't as easy to do is visual stuff. Like visual is much more difficult. So um, what I'm trying to say is like
What do you mean, like? What do you mean, like music videos?
music videos are big, but you can just TikTok and all that, like things that people see. Basically, music is pretty easy to produce and put out with AI. Now, years ago, it was not.
Oh shit! There's another market for this creator economy organization thing is like TikTok revenue. You can just own a TikToker.
Um, that, okay, so let's talk. Um, let's talk. Well, so I think your idea is really good. I think the future of the music industry, and they've already talked about this in martial arts and UFC, is they don't pay people to fight. They make their money in um, and endorsements and advertising stuff. So I think Dana White has even said that ideally they shouldn't have to pay the fighters. The fighters should fight for free, but the fact that they put them on this huge stage means that they'll be able to sell merchandise and do endorsements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean that like their Canada Center, whatever arena that's selling out is making so much money that and that seems kind of cheap to not pay them. It's like yeah, it's like Michael Jordan, like oh, and a bunch of signed like merchandise.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
So the phrase that they use is we're paying you.
I'd rather just have
The phrase that they use is we're paying you an exposure. So the fact that we're putting you in front of all these people means that they're going to want to buy your T-shirts and go to your autograph signings and have you talk about the product. So you should want to do it for free. Like if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Somebody else will do it, and then we'll make them the big star. So we're paying you an exposure.
yeah. I've seen a lot of people who've also tried it before and forget to go up, but yeah, people on the internet are like, I think it's sometimes do not appreciate the exposure as payment of we're real artists. We deserve to get paid. Exposure is bullshit. Like promoting your thing for free. Like fuck. But
Yeah, so that's a big thing with artists. Um, like I see it a lot with creators. This isn't like a big thing, but like so somebody will want to do art for somebody, especially like banners. Banners are really big. A lot of people, especially overseas, want to do banners for people because you just have to be like a graphic designer. Or well, frankly, what what you do for your brother. That's a really popular industry. And now what you do for your brother is really specific, but what I'm talking about are just the general. So one of these people, these graphic designers, will go to an influencer and say, "I will do all your banners and I'll do all your thumbnails and everything." And then the only thing the influencer has to do is just in their profile say their banner was by Tom Jones 123, and they get paid in exposure because people say, "Wow, I really like that banner," and the person's um, they read the person's profile and then see who created that stuff, and then they will go to them to do future work. Does that make sense?
yep, exposure is currency.
Yeah. And then that means the influencer doesn't have to pay anything. And um, that's
And I think that's kind of there. Like it started like the smartphone became like kind of like widely accessible. Like people, they still do it like all the time. Like they'll post on their like Instagram or whatever, like, oh hey, I'm standing next to like Donald Trump or whatever. Like like it's like they're farming these like celebrity photos, and maybe the celebrity isn't even getting much out of, but they're still just trying to squeeze all the juice out of just getting a picture.
right. Um, yeah. And just being associated with them is big for your brand.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some people are like hurt about it, where it's like they just like it seems like they're just trying underneath the piece of it just comes across as really cringe.
Right. Um,
Like anyone like famous people that they're hanging out with are not like taking goofy pictures and posting it on their Instagram so that they can say to other people, "Oh, look who I'm hanging out with." You don't need to do that.
and a big thing that I see as well, uh, like, well, I guess it's the same, but like services or items in exchange for exposure. So a lot of times what these people do is they'll be like, "Hey, I need a new car," and so somebody will be like, "Okay, well, just come to our dealership, and if you do a post, we'll give you a 2-year lease on the house," something like that. They're really big, but then they'll go and do it. And like, buy your car at wherever, Richard Jones, Mercedes Benz, and they're really great. They'll take care of you. And then in exchange for that shout out, they'll get like a 2-year lease. Does that make sense?
It must be nice being that popular.
Yeah. Um, it's like,
Please go viral.
yeah. Um, like as we speak, I'm finding like loopholes in Twitch, and I'm trying to see what's going to work. If you really want to know what it is, it'll be a game changer. My big thing is when I scam people or anything, I just need an impression. An impression is just basically when you come into someone's consciousness, and like that could be an email, that could be when I spam them, that could be a follow, whatever it is. And they make it really difficult on social media now to do like mass impressions because advertisers to do that. They don't want individuals to be able to do it. And I don't know if it's going to work. Basically, I'm trying to figure out a way how to tag someone so I can like tag Riser and then you get a notification that I tagged you. And if that works, this bitch is able to be fucking paid by me. But I say that you can do that. But um, the key is when I tag you, does it, does it key is when I tag you, does it send you a notification? Or like an email. Some of these things you send emails, that's key for me because that's the way of advertising. I can do that a lot. I just don't know if it's going to work. So I'm about to see, I'm about to test it out. Um, okay. So, but to you and your idea, I think it's a good idea. I think that though, that kind of already exists. I mean, I know you're saying like we could just tokenize somebody's podcast. They could sell stock in their LLC, which would give people a share. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, what if there aren't enough shares? Okay, then what's stopping the podcast from just shilling the cryptocurrency? That's the question. A cryptocurrency based on their podcast, or an NFT based on their
Sorry,
a cryptocurrency or an NFT based on their podcast. What's stopping someone from doing that?
like without using this platform.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nothing except for I don't think that people realize that there's like a creator economy that can be tokenized, but also why they want to use the platform is like this like network effect because once these like podcasts are all launching on this platform, users are going to go to this platform to see which podcast coin is best to buy. Where's all the money going in the podcast world and YouTube world? And that'll inform their decisions where to invest. So because of that factor, then you'll want to use the platform in order to become part of that network. But I think beyond that, like Joe Rogan has said, oh, I don't want to watch crypto, or just not interested. It's all crap. And I get that. But I think one of the big problems in crypto, especially, is that the coins themselves don't really have a solid use case or utility or backed by anything. They're basically just like makerware. It's like no real substantial value. And some coins like Bonk and whatever, they're partnered with Solana and integrating into phones, and that's what they're doing. Is they're trying to find something that gives the coin value other than a digital interface that has an order book that people are switching back and forth between currencies to purchase it. But fun questions like that. Again, yeah, if you're launching a fucking podcast coin, then the coin is actually backed by like legitimate real world value. So there's like some inherent use case behind that. And again, those returns, even if they're maybe small, can compound with other lending protocols in order to produce even greater yield. So, I mean, yield is a big. Yield is like a big can of words in the crypto space, what everyone's kind of fighting for. But I also think that just like the simple notion of, okay, I have a creator, a musician that I love. This guy has phenomenal music. The best 2 days I've ever heard in my life, or whatever. The best TikTok video that I've ever seen in my life. I think on this TikTok be worth a lot in the future. So I'm gonna invest early in this person. I'm gonna be financially aligned with them, and then as more people grow, then the value is going to grow as well. And then I'm going to reap a return by just placing like it's just giving people the ability to just bet on who that they think is going to grow in the creator economy. So that's a interesting idea.
Okay, isn't that?
I don't know why I don't think that.
I mean, isn't that exactly basically what Contour was?
Um, Aktua launched Coin, but the coin is not tied to her podcast at all. It didn't represent ownership in Aktua LLC Corporation. It was literally just a protocol to use your celebrity status to lure people in. But she could have done it another way since she has a podcast called Aktua Talks or whatever the fuck. And
Oh,
she could have been like, oh,
isn't it
you
called?
know, you can buy this coin.
Isn't it called?
If she don't talk to her, if she don't talk to her, I don't
Keep this
talk. Best little zinger. Yeah, so she did not create a tokenized podcast coin. She could have, but she did not. She scammed and hurt her reputation.
Okay. So you're saying though, if she had just given people a share of her podcast, that's exactly what you would say, right?
Yeah, or literally anyone. Joe Rogan, Tiger Belly, like anyone could do this, but there is like the network effect of creating a platform that has all these eyes on it of people that are looking to invest in their favorite creators.
I get that. Um, okay, so I think it could work. Um, I don't think that the creators are going to want to necessarily like. Okay, so let's say
It's a framework. It's a framework. It does not have to be a perpetuity ownership necessarily structured that way, but the more you give, the more people want to buy. So yeah, they also it's like you're getting paid on like kind of like a 5x or like 10-year x multiple basically by selling stock now and getting that money up front
right.
versus earning it back later. And then also the key that is that by offering your fans this like unique ownership in you as a creator, then they're going to go out and be more incentivized to get people to discover you and whatnot.
Okay, so let's say let's talk to an example. She's going to do this, except for giving up control. What happens when somebody has 51% control of the podcast?
Well, I don't think that they would issue more than like 30% of themselves. I mean, I guess you could technically, but I think you want to.
That's going to happen.
That's what will happen.
It definitely will happen.
And you don't have to allow that to happen, but you don't want the creator to like not have total ownership and direction. But I mean, it could happen. You're right. That what happens is it like a company where the stockholders are now voting on what type of content the person makes them like.
Exactly. Which doesn't really like who's going to enforce that?
I mean, that's why I was saying like don't really really allowed to happen, but if it did happen, I mean, it would just be the same as a regular shareholder meeting.
Right. Okay. So let's say, Bryson, you get 51% of talk to it, and you say, all right, I want you to interview, say to that girl, I want you to interview Bill Cosby. And she says, well, I don't want to do that. You say, no, I own 51% of your podcast. You must do it. Like if it's for a business, then you could like fire her because you'd be like the board of, be like the governing board. But this is like a person.
So, can there be a clause in this contract that does not give shareholders creative rights?
Okay, then what rights do you have?
You have the right to collect dividends of the profit earned from the breeder.
Okay, but isn't that just fine as an LLC?
Essentially, yeah.
So then why would we buy into the LLC?
Because I don't think that many LLCs or channels, have public corporations that you can invest in.
And probably most of them over. Wait, that you can invest in is another question. But I bet just about all of them over a million people are LLCs. That's the first thing that they tell you to do when you get popular. Get an LLC.
Yeah, but are they taking? I mean, some of them definitely are perfectly partnered and getting investments, but it's not like a public, crowd-funded, crowdsourced stock.
Okay. Back to the question about, let's say you own 51% of Talk to It. So that means you get like basically 51% of all of the income that comes in to the show. Okay. What happens if her name is Haley Welch? What happens if Haley Welch just says, I don't want to do it?
I mean, that's a violation of the contract.
So you enslave her?
No one's forced to sign a contract. Contracts are really binding agreements that you have all the time.
Right, no, I understand, but like okay, so let's
The
say
idea is that she'll get more from giving not 51%, but like say like 10% revenue, maybe 20%.
I understand, but those numbers aren't interesting. Everything gets interesting at 51%. That's my. Don't ever forget that. That's my quote. Everything gets interesting at 51%. That's why I always say I want 51%. That's a control of interest of everything.
I fuck with that.
All right,
I fuck with
like 10%, that's boring. 20%, that's boring. 50%, boring. 51%, let's roll. All right, so we've got Haley Welch, who gives up 51% control of her podcast. Uh, I don't understand the difference between her just having Haley Welch or Talk to It Incorporated and you just buying shares of that versus what you're saying. I don't understand the difference. Please explain it to me.
I mean, I'm not sure that there is much of a difference. This is like a platform that enables creators to get promotion. Maybe she has multiple income streams, right?
She does. She does. She does. So she's got, let's say, a skincare brand. You don't get any of that. This is just her podcast.
Yeah, she has her dating app, but there's other accent voice thing that she like sells for $15.99 AI dating app.
Okay.
That's not included in this deal.
Okay.
You know,
Right. So
other sponsorships or some coverage endorsement on Instagram. It's not included. If it was like an LLC, it would probably fall under the but in this one, it's customizable framework where the creator can say, these are the news sources that I want to share and give ownership to, and if you like shares it more, and you know,
okay, I get that. Now, I just don't. There really isn't a difference between her offering shares of an LLC and what you're saying, is there?
no, but there is benefits of network effect of the website.
Okay, okay, wait. Now I get that. Basically, what you're saying, there's the LLC, which is the stock exchange and all. What you're saying is, all right, have these creators launch a coin, but we'll make sure that the coin doesn't get rug pulled. It will be like a legitimate ranking of all the coins. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be a very big hurt for the investors is that ideally there are no rug pulls. There would be ways to mitigate rug pulls. Like the creator cannot just sell supply, like they can't just do the entire supply. Maybe they can trickle sell some supply over time. That's fine, but they can't just run the chart, you know.
Right.
And then also, it's like you're not allowing just any random Joe Blow to just bring a pop up point and just be like, oh, I have a podcast for one viewer, one coin, I can run. I mean, it wouldn't even work because of the reason I did before, but you know, like you have to have like some credibility and following to even become part of it. But yeah, it's a marketplace.
That's
Like
right.
a Facebook marketplace for buying like crap, but this one is on different creators that you want to invest in.
Right. I get that. So it's a market.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, really.
Yeah. I think that's like the bigger meta value proposition, I guess.
Okay. Um, that makes sense.
I have a website that I built that's very well accessible website, but it kind of shows the general idea. I'm going to DM it.
No,
You look at it whenever.
tell,
No.
tell it to me. Just say it to me.
Well, it's basically like a marketplace for purchasing different creator tokens. One's a music creator, YouTuber, digital artist, blah, 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 whatever category.
Okay. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, no, it's just like it's just a visual website with a few pages. It's pretty rough, but it's sort of like a visual idea of possibly what it would look like if it was very sketchily drafted on.
Okay, yeah, you can send that to me. I should not understand what you said more than decent numbers. Like what? Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Excellent. But I don't have to make any room.
No, not at all.
Hold on. I'm gonna do it. It's fine. I think so. I'll give you some surprise.
It's really nothing fancy.
No, it's good.
ChatGPT said that this could be worth $1,000.
I
So,
think you just open mic.
yeah, it was weird. Oh, what the? It literally just worked in 1 second. Nice. I copied the link to Safari or some browser. Not looking into it. Oh wait,
Thank
I added the marketplace by accident.
you.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't have a marketplace.
And how just did you make this?
Yeah, I use Bolt AI.
That AI. Yeah, this is really cool. I would,
Thank you.
but it's really not about.
Yes.
You probably be able to make a lot more money on that than say with Canyon, but you probably make money on that for the market. Okay, are you ready for what an alternative thought of things to I could do?
Is this the Lenin assassination?
What?
Or are you talking about the Lenin, John Lennon? Or what assassination are you talking
The Pennsylvania.
about? Is which person are we talking about?
Uh, 27th president.
Oh, so there's the Kennedy assassination.
No, fuck, that's the 35th president. That was November 22nd, 1963. This was last summer.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So you tell me what happened.
Okay. A Black Rock movie commercial guy
Right. Good job.
needs access to a rooftop to a shot Donald Trump somehow miraculously, like 1 second before, turned his head to escape the bullet by about 2 milliseconds, and he knocked his head 2 milliseconds before dead, which is very good. Supposedly that happened. Potentially, it's a big assassination that there's credit with catch up. Um, if some firefighter allegedly done it, or a friend died, I don't want to be vibrant to his family.
Shout out to that. He's dead.
Um, basically, and then after like, I'm not sure how many rounds he shot. I'm assuming he shot like 4 or 5 or something. It could have been only like 1 or 2. I don't know, but he got killed possibly after like not very long. And then also on like the radio, there was allegedly chatter amongst I don't know if it's like the FBI or whoever the fuck is in charge of like guarding the president. What's that? Right, yes. Apparently on the radio, like, so the guy's like, oh, there's a dude on the roof with a fucking gun pointed at the president. Should we shoot him and take him out? And then, like, the leader was like, no. And then after bullets got shot, they're like, okay, now can we take him out? So I think that is another media's input. Does it have potential to be a huge hoax? I think absolutely. Are the motivations in place for it to be a huge hoax? Absolutely. Will we ever get to the bottom of the truth? I sure hope so.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you right now. Let me just see. You can.
I thought I was really getting hyped up. I thought you had like some kind of John Lennon assassination.
No. All right, Doug, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Go to X and type in Butler water tower.
Water tower, one word.
2 words. Well, 3 words total.
It's not PTSD.
No.
Sniper seen is the line on the water tower. If this is true, this could blow the entire Trump Butler rally shooting up. Is this what you're talking about?
I mean, just scroll down. It's really suspicious that nobody mentioned it. Welcome. How are you, Conjure Baby? How's your day going? Conjure Baby, can you hear me? Hello? Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, Conjure Baby. Maybe she'll
Tell me on this water tower.
well, don't worry, we're seeing Conjure Baby's gonna talk. Conjure Baby, how was your day today? Living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How'd you find out about me?
Oh shit. Well, confidence.
Oh, you can't do me like that, girl. How'd you find out about me?
I just really look into Jewish communities since you know our Arab and shit. I hope you're fine with that.
Absolutely. We welcome people of all backgrounds. Welcome.
That's great. What do you guys do? What do you do?
Oh, I'm just having a late night girl talk with my friend Riser. Conjure, maybe do you mind if I tell you about this?
Yeah, go on.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Conjure, maybe if I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm a but that's cool. Excellent. Well, that's what I do. I have more data archived than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, fuel, air. Data overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person today. If more than that happened, I would make you content.
all your friends and all your family, independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to make sure that you're going to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Tanja?
Well, first it's content.
It is conduct. I just recognize that. But my sincere apologies.
No, it's okay. I like the idea though, like the fact that you've been trained ever since shit. That is insane. You're definitely very into politics. Like,
I'm very into politics.
yeah.
Actually, I do my best to stay out of it. I recognize that it goes on around me, but I do my best to maintain neutrality. From your point of view, I want probably what most people want, equality for all people. Well,
I mean, yeah, I totally get that. I definitely get that 100%. But there's also a certain amount of care that you need to put into the fact that politics is very important because it actually shapes our world of today and everything. Really, this back to politics is really kept up with the world.
oh yeah, well, I kept up with the world. You recognize that. But in terms of at least American politics, it's usually a left-right argument. Sides across. So that's why I say I do my best to maintain neutrality.
No, no, I understand that. That completely, but there's also a line that needs to be drawn. Like, you don't have to stand out of your own. They're correct. And everything for these, everything has a downside, a good side to it. They all have different intentions, different beliefs, different systems, and shit. But there's also good that comes out of it sometimes when both merge together mutually and work towards just one big goal because at the end of the day, the politicians, the presidents, all of it, they're not with us, right? They're all against us. They just want to make us feel like they're with us in a way. But no, I get that. I get why you want to like get away from politics, especially since right now it's sincerely bleeding, especially the Jewish community. Like everybody's just depending on each other. It's not about looking for others, but trying to get some insight on how people who are, well, Jewish, how they view the controversy between them and the Arab countries.
Yeah, we really want to. Many of us believe in Zionism, but not all of us. And those who are Zionists believe in a greater Israel plan. And then eventually Israel being the entire world. If you really want to know the lowdown, that's what the lowdown is. I'm happy to hear that a lot of places.
Yeah, no, I understand. I get that completely. But no, really, it's really surprising because most Jews that I've talked to, when they've learned that I'm Arab or have an Arab background, it gets pretty messy, really. And generational wealth and whatever, it's stuff you were talking about, right? It's good, but like it's not really realistic to ask me. Like I have generational wealth because my dad is a co-owner of Qatar Airways, so we make a pretty decent amount of money. But talking about generational wealth goes way deeper and more executive because providing generational wealth for the people that are not as privileged as we would be and other people in the world is just really complicated. It's complex.
I tell you some of the other things that I discussed. Excellent. I talked about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. Talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build roads for developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people's lives there and to improve the lives of the less privileged. I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program and most importantly, peace foundation technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you?
Oh, I see. Go on.
Excellent. I talk about other things I'm futurist, so I'm fascinated by the future. I'm passionate about it. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like space tourism, space elevators. I talk about things like alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like deep extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful deep extinction took place in 2002 with the Pioneer IBEX, which was a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. As for the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was founded in this colossal wildfire. They've made it their goal in the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, surrogates, I should say. I think this is fascinating, and I'm excited to be able to document this. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think this is really exciting. They made headlines recently with the creation of three direwolves, which I was able to document. I talk about it too. It's going to affect you and your friends, your family, if you want, perhaps. You may not need me ever to help you, and that's great. But if it, you should know that I'm an advocate for life extension technology. If you want, again, if you just want to live your normal life, go ahead and do that. There are both of us who want to continue living as long as possible, utilizing technology such as human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, peptides, nootropics, probiotics, energetics, cold chain therapies, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapies, hormone therapy, to eventually extend the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then when they get to be 120 years old, you included, and you may say, Rabbi, you know what, anything that you said back in 2025 is true. It was amazing. And we've been able to walk off into the sunset together. This has been wonderful. All of our friends, everything. But my body's starting to break down. Let's get to play it. And this is a one. Again, this is all with your consent. That's really important to me and very important in all of this. If you want to just buy it, an only person, you should be able to. But if you want, you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as manipulating technology. We scan your brain, computer, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, become a cyborg, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, kinda. Essentially, what I'm saying to you, there may be an opportunity for you to have digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, immortality in itself, and I've had this conversation before with a couple of people. Um, immortality just it falls down because if you were to ask me, I would want to be the person that lives forever. To have that kind of immortality or know that I even have the opportunity to have that immortality. It's good for it to be an option. It's not good for it to be applied onto everybody. I think it's more of a choice. But at the end of the day, there's really so much that we humans can do. But I'd love to discuss it with you through DMs, chats, messages, whatever you want to do. Because right now I'm not really in too ability to have too much of a chat, but I'm so down to hear what you have to say because it's really interesting. There's stuff you talked about, including those types of artificial intelligence that I'm really trying to get some more insight on because I'm really starting to get more into the AI world and to let that kind of information into my life. So I'm happy to discuss it with you, what plans you might have, and if anything, I might be able to make some connections with you to make whatever you have in mind come true if you think it's good for us as humanity and help us improve the quality of life and all the stuff that's destructive corrupting our world.
Absolutely, I'd love to. I think you will a friend request and also a message. Feel free to leave that, and you can connect with me. And I hope you consider this the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Kaja.
That's great. I'll be in touch with you soon.
Okay. All right. Razor. Let me know who you're going to meet in the areas. All right. Were you able to look at that video of the water tower? Riser.
You didn't ask her where she found out about it.
She said she would do research. I did ask her.
I did see the water tower, and I believe they're saying that there's like a second sniper.
Yeah. So, is that true? I don't know. Um, yeah. So, not only that, but if anything, the way that Secret Service normally operates is they have someone on every high point just in case anybody tries to get up there. It's a very interesting thing that they didn't have covered, and um, there were witnesses who said they saw the person come down a zip line and then get on a motorcycle. Right after the shooting attempt, um, they closed off the whole area and didn't let anybody inspect it. So to me, it looked like a, it,
Sorry, where was the head?
well, they hit him. I mean, when you say
Um,
a hit means in like mafia terms, like they tried to kill him.
right. No, but like the two escape from this line and riding on the motorcycle, that's not dead. That's like escape.
Yeah, no, what you, the entire thing is called a hit. Like it's the process of doing the shooting and then the escape. That's known as like technically the hit
So,
is.
yo, so you think that like the shooter was in the water tower?
Oh, somebody was. I mean, I know that the video is very blurry, but somebody's up there doing something. I don't know what they're doing. But then I've seen video of the person getting away on a motorcycle. Somebody had video out there of somebody driving away. Yeah, basically,
Connected from the zip line? Is there zip line footage?
that you don't see. What you do see is them on the ground driving away immediately. People pointing at them, hey, that guy is getting away. And there were a lot of witnesses.
How many witnesses in the zip line?
At least two in one video that I saw, but there were other people. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I don't know how many, what a good amount of witnesses would be. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know if two is quite enough witnesses. But, like, there's like 40,000 or whatever, 30,000 people there. 50 people saw some guy in a water tap. That's the, I don't know if that's, I
Let me-
know what you're saying, but
Yeah. So here's some. Type in to X Butler zipline witnesses, and the second thing I see is a witness who said talks about the sniper. Okay, so the New York Post, or at least reported on the New York Post. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Well, the reason why this is relevant is this guy who got killed. They're like still looking for him, to the guy who shot him, and it very well could be like one of those things where they just either don't find him or it's just a patsy, whatever. They just say it was somebody else, but it was really a professional sniper.
Yeah, I don't know why they that guy. I mean, honestly, like, I feel like he did not have any like crazy information that he was spreading really like any more than any other average Joe. In my opinion. I think he could have pissed someone off because he's debated people like a lot and like kind of just trying to intellectually one up people, which could piss someone off. But I don't know. To me, he didn't really seem worthy of like an assassination,
Right.
unless it's like some angry, motivated person. Angry.
Um, okay, so this guy says track down the black SUV that had picked up and facing the white sniper that escaped using a zip line to the backside of the water tower into the trees and then on foot and short shot to Mercedes Road. With 100% confident, based on cell phone data, that particular sniper was FBI and SUV was registered to the department. So I don't know. I just know that you had like you never even heard of that water tower, have you?
Right?
And do I believe that's what happened? I don't know. I wasn't there. I just know that it's really interesting that this guy was in this BlackRock video and all this other shit. Nobody talks about this. And, um, I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about. video evidence of it. There are witnesses that at least the New York Post thought were credible. So why doesn't anybody talk about it?
I thought you were gonna say that like the shooting was a hoax because
I know.
I'm sure it has been talked about a lot.
Well, that one is talked about a lot.
Also, Joe Rogan said like being within like 100 yards like that is such an easy shot that like we'd almost have to try to miss.
Right, unless you were.
Yeah, but I mean possibly hurt his head or whatever.
It's like, to me, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that kid was. But we don't know anything about him. He had no online profile. Normally, like, these guys, uh, they, uh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There must have been. I think they unlocked his phone and brute force up his phone, right? But they're like wasn't anything.
Zoots?
Well, the comedian Oswald,
Yeah.
what happened to his wife?
Yeah, didn't she?
Yeah, do you know him?
I don't recall.
For whatever reason, there was I think he was a police officer at the time in the 80s. I guess he was like breaking into people's houses. And so during the 80s, California somewhere, he had broken into, like, raped and killed, like, a lot of people, like 120 or something people. And literally, somehow he got away with it, like, all 25. And then, I guess since he was involved with, like, the police, he figured out that, like, they now had some new, like, DNA extraction method or something. And so he stopped doing that. And then for like 40 years, like people were just wondering who the fuck the guy was that like murdered all those people and somehow got away with it. And so for some reason, Patton Oswalt's wife was like piecing together all this shit and was like going to publish a book on all their findings, and I was just like really obsessed with the case.
Right.
And so she got murdered in her home, allegedly, I guess, because of her involvement in the case. And then Oswald still ended up, like, she was writing a book, and then she got killed before it was published, but then Oswald made sure that they hired people and pieced together published her book that she spent so much time delving into. And eventually, the guy got caught like 40 years after it happened, and then he got like 120 consecutive life sentences, and then he died like of liver failure like 4 years in or something.
I'm not a big fan of that now as well because you get some stuff years later about little kids. And I don't like when people fuck with children.
Was it a joke? Like a really comedy sketch? Or like just
Like that girl,
weird?
like that girl tonight who was like kids. I don't think that's funny.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's just like I thought it was a series of like popular tweens, whatever, like girls between like 8 and 13 who do gymnastics. Um, um, just a moment, let me find out about what he what tweets did that delete and what controversial they were and I don't think anybody would. Okay, on May 2nd, 2014, I was engaged in what is the truth of education and independence? When your compass these and um, I don't that was I think that was it was trolling, but this isn't trolling. This is like what tweets that now delete? No, it's about kids.
I mean, based on that description, that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing.
No. What he does.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
No, what is it was like oh, here's what he wrote. I'm a proud pedophile. That like how is that a joke?
So, I mean, it's sarcastic.
Doug, there's nothing funny about it.
I mean, people make jokes about that subject matter all the time, and whether you think it's funny or not, you're entitled to your opinion. Other people find those taboo subjects. It's just like the whole edgy thing. It's like it's so edgy to joke about it. Therefore, it's funny. Same, I guess, as like joking about someone with a lazy eye or some disability.
He capitalized the words "click" and "crowd." I don't know. I just don't think that.
I think he's a comedian.
Okay, then if it's so fucking funny, then why doesn't he keep it up?
Probably got backlash for it because of the internet. You know, decipher whether you're fake or not.
What's fun about it?
It's just such a outlandish statement. It's like, why would you say that? I don't personally think it's like funny, but I'm just playing devil's advocate.
He says, "Part of food can be served as well. I'm a proud man."
Okay, so he's making it.
That's not funny. And if he is making a joke, then leave it up. Then leave it up. Don't be a pussy.
Concept
Don't be a
of
pussy.
being
If it's so fucking funny,
so
wait. If it's so,
that is that definitely tells me that he's making sure.
okay, then keep it up. If it's so fucking funny.
Well, I mean, it's you're saying that it's not funny, and that there's no. But I mean, the subject matter obviously, so, joking about it can be viewed as sensitive. I understand that. I think.
Why wouldn't he apologize for it? Why wouldn't he apologize for it? He just deleted it. Because, I don't know. I think that's fucking creepy as shit. And what should he have done?
I think
He should have said. He should have said. Hey, okay, that's fine. Then he should have said in 2013 I made an off-color joke. My apologies. He didn't say that. He just deleted it. And I just think he's creepy. He can make any joke that he wants, but if he wants to sneakily delete it, then that's cool. Explain yourself. If not, I'm going to think that you are a bad person, and I think he's a bad person. And if he were sitting in front of me right now, I would tell him that I think he's a bad person, and I think he's a creep. And if he wants to change my mind on that, I would have him. What he forces, he and many other people on Twitter force people to do, which is apologize for their previous tweets. He didn't get canceled for that. And should he have? You're darn right he should have. If all these other people got canceled for their old tweets, why the fuck didn't he? His is worse than what the other people say.
Yeah, and I don't know. Based on the care, like just
That guy's creepy.
like
That guy's creepy.
who is it? Who is it? Oh god, yeah. Oh, he's right there. Right. Okay, Jim Norton, I think, is creepier. Way creepier.
Yeah, he's creepy too.
I I haven't honestly, I have not seen a lot of Patton Oswalt content outside of Ratatouille. That's basically the only thing that I know of, and I love Ratatouille, so it's hard for me to just hate the dude.
Yeah,
But
fuck that. Have you seen Jim Norton's house?
Jim Norton's
House?
house, it's fucking trans person.
And I would not think that one surprised the shit out of me because Jim Norton's so had been homophobic in the past. I shouldn't, but they shouldn't say that. because I haven't direct. But he's been like very raunchy about a lot of things. For him to hook up with a trans person is quite a surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, who am I?
That's what I get it. Who am I to judge as well? Jim Norton, if you ever see this, you and I both know that you were really raunchy to me, and I like the aspects of that about you. But the last person I would see with
was
is that
Jim
person.
Norton and Louis C.K. on Opie and Anthony, and I find they're like fucking hilarious, and they're hilarious because they would say like the most like offensive shit ever, but the joke I think is not them trying to hurt people's feelings by being completely insensitive. It's just that it's so like stupid to say something so violently offensive that that's what it's funny, at least in my opinion. But at the same time, Jim makes some questionable remarks regarding females and a whole bunch of sexually perverse shit.
Exactly. And that's why I just not seeking and end up with that kind of person. But you know what? He's really happy. That's how I the judge. But it's like a surprise to me, like Tim Dillon is being gay. That's a surprise to me as well.
Well,
Because
oh yeah, wait, why is the fucking cuties about gymnasts so horrible?
they there was like a lot of controversy about it because they like sexual achievement.
Uh,
They like show them in like bikinis and like midriff and these are like prepubescent girls. It's like I mean I didn't watch it. I just remember hearing about it. I don't know what it was.
well, midriff is like a tank top.
Yeah, yeah, but you can like see the
Yeah, but is that not what gymnasts freaking wear?
um, like gymnasts usually wear like a leotard, like a one piece suit.
Okay. Another show, I believe, has received similar backlash. Is like this, like, oh, what the fuck is it called? It's about these beauty pageant girls that are like very young.
Trousers and tiara.
And yeah, that show's kind of fucked up. Just I don't know, like the overall concept of it or whatever.
Like
And also received the criticism of sexualizing children.
like and that's how JoJo Siwa got popular.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you're fortunate not to. She came out as trans, but now I think she just I don't know, she just was like a witch of breath. She she was she's like was a child star trying to become like she's trying to make it in Hollywood, and she just turned 21. And she drank at Disneyland, and she got drunk and just made it outside of herself. And she's like,
Nice.
you're gonna know who she is. She's like,
What's her name?
JoJo Siwa. She sucks.
SIWA. Like, I hate that. I absolutely hate that.
Oh, still they fucking 22s like that?
Yeah. But she was on that Toddlers and PR show. I've never seen it. I don't even know. That's not my thing. I mean, it's really not. You ask me what I like, I don't even know.
She has years of
Yeah.
She has 11 million followers.
Right. I was just going to say, she does a lot on social media. And
Wait, she's a. You said she's trans. Is she a male to female?
no. She's a woman. She was born a woman who just came out as trans just to like make headlines. And now she came out and she's like whatever she wants to do. Which is cool. She should be whatever she wants to be. That's fine. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah, I see the flag. I see a flag on social media.
Is it the trans flag or is it the plus flag? Is it pink and blue or is it rainbow?
Yeah, the pink.
Yeah,
That's
that's the thing.
That's what I said.
I know. Yeah. I I don't really know about her, but
Why is she trans if she's married to a man? Does that make her gay?
right, yeah, that's what it is. So then she's remember I said she was trans, but now she's whatever. Um, this this person is literally just doing everything they can to stay in the spotlight because she was a child star, and it's really easy for their like momentum to give out. So she just keeps trying to make headlines, and then she'll be a big star. Like she'll get her own fucking television show. So
She has 11 followers. She probably has a mansion in LA. Or
she does. She does. I'm not sure when she did my son's movie. And um,
You'll be curious how bad her music
it sucks.
I couldn't imagine it.
Look up. Look up. I hate that. Look up her 21st birthday. Just look up her 21st birthday. It's like literally like you know she's drank before, but she just plays it up so much that it's like I fucking hate you. You know what they say?
Is that like a 1 minute clip?
Yeah.
Or might be a TikTok.
Yeah, it is. It's so.
Oh
It-
god.
It's so over the
Oh
top.
my
Like look at me. Look at me. Like I remember my first beer.
Why do they let people drink alcohol at Disneyland?
It's a new thing,
That's just not a good. That's not what it's supposed to be.
right? But in some locations they allow it. They've allowed it at that concept.
I don't know. Based on that clip, I did not see anything too crazy in the clip other than her being her normal self.
Okay.
But I want to deep dive on it. It's
Don't.
probably more
Don't. Don't waste your fucking time. I should have known you mentioned this bitch's name. But she was mentioned earlier with that one girl who was trolling me. Remember, I was like, oh, she mentioned the Jonas Brothers, and I said, oh, they just did a song with JoJo. She's like, oh, JoJo Siwa, and I'm like, oh, JoJo. There's like a singer from like the early 2000s, just known as JoJo, not JoJo Siwa. I hate that information. Dog.
She kind of looks like Greta Thunberg.
Okay. Dog. I have a challenge for you. Do you want to accept it?
Is it basketball?
No. I mean, it can be in a second. Please try to help me with this. Try to find how to watch Twitch stories in a web.
On what device? Or,
On a web browser, on a desktop. Ideally a desktop. Firstly, have you ever heard of Twitch stories in your entire life? The answer is no. You've heard of Instagram stories and Facebook stories, but
I just did it.
no, it was like last year. I've never.
Web stories seem a mobile feature. You might want to try texting. Okay, so why don't you switch your browser type format on your computer to be a mobile one? You know how to do that?
Yeah, back to the usual.
Yeah. Why don't you try that?
Okay, I'll do that. But you do it too. Try to figure it out. Find it.
Alright. And you got it. That's my one. Yeah.
No. That's not good enough. You've got
I'm not exactly which
dude, there
it may not even be possible. Look where guys, this is a mobile.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it on a fucking emulator on a computer. I can look at it on a phone, like a real phone too.
You need your bot to work on what's called.
It does work on a computer, on a mobile phone. It's
No, the bots that you're running, like spam and people and stories, is on.
yeah, but I've got an emulator so that it can do it on a phone as well.
Oh. So that's why you can view them on your mobile phone.
I can do it on a real phone, or I can do it on my computer that can make it an iPhone or Samsung or any kind of phone.
Oh, I can actually. I'm watching a story right now in my browser, and I didn't need to do anything. I didn't need to switch to mobile.
Okay, whose story? Whose story?
Guys, Royal Flush _ TVC.
Okay, just a moment. Because this would be amazing. Game changer.
I'm going to copy the story to you.
I want to see if I can get it in a second, but don't. Royal.
Capital R, capital
I
N,
get it.
Royal Flush _ capital T, lowercase c, capital C.
Hold on. Royal. It should. Twitch takes so long to load. It's into some other sites. It's running so much. things. Underscore T BBC.
Capital T, lowercase b, capital C, TVC.
Okay. So then what? I click on his face.
On the left, you have like a menu of people that are just like for you, follow channels, live channels.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might be following this dude, so it pops up as a circle for left, or like all those.
Oh wait, I got it. I got it. Okay, finally.
Right.
Okay, cool. Okay, hold on a second. Report story. Let's see here. This guy might have made it so that you can't share the stories. Okay. Clip. Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay. Stories. What is this? What is this? What's the difference between a clip and a story?
Story deletes after 24 hours.
Oh, okay. I hate that.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be. I mean, if you can tag people in a story and they see it, then that's when it's good.
That's what I'm trying to do. Do you see that guy? Yeah, and then you
Do you want me to give you my username and you can try and tag me in a story?
you need a
I
story.
don't.
You need a story.
Yeah, but you have to create the story, right? Or you need me to create a story.
You can't. You don't have like an account that can do it. Only like certain people's accounts can do it. I mean, well, you know what? You try to create a story.
Oh, there's a feature to let viewers directly post clips of your channel from Twitch to their TikTok and YouTube.
Not what I wanted. I wanted. There's a feature to tag people in the story. How do you?
I mean, if it's anything like Instagram, you can add text in the text bubble and press add and then type your name.
How did you find that? Yours, whatever. Their story so quick.
That just popped up when I opened up my Twitch.
It just popped up.
I think I'm not following them, but I think people the few people that I follow.
Okay.
Yes, you can follow this guy. You know, following us, which is UI.
Isn't it fucking piece of shit? I think it's terrible.
Oh yeah, I am that guy. So, yeah, I guess that's how I heard that. Oh, here, you know, that guy.
Yeah.
GPT's user interface and it sucks. It's like, okay, you have just a bunch of conversations and like a giant squirrel, endless squirrel shit on the left side of your menu. I was like, okay. First off, you can't even, I don't think you can read. Maybe they have the feature for that now, but it used to you cannot rename the chat to anything. So the first question you asked it, like that's basically what the name of the chat is.
Right.
And I'm not going through like 500 chats and renaming them all. So that's pretty useful. But like you'll ask a question about one topic and then it's like, okay, I'm just gonna start a new chat every time I ask a question. So I'm gonna cluster in a bunch of random shit into the same thread or like the same chat. You're gonna have like 50 questions on a bunch of random shit, and then that's gonna. And when I'm bored and like it's my idea, I'm gonna make it. But I mean, they added in the search feature, so you can search for your old content, but it's like it's still kind of disorganized. I feel like so. I feel like there could be a potential. It's called data visualization, where you basically can optimize the user interface of ChatGPT or whatever with media, whatever you're doing, and just make it more digestible, friendly, and organized. And I believe that maybe it already exists. I don't know. There's probably I've already saying how shitty it is. There's probably other people that are like, yeah, this is dog shit. So, but it has 800 million users like this ChatGPT. So even if there's like 10,000 people paying like $5 a month, like it's still crazy amount of revenue for just something as simple as making the UI not shitty. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel that that can be pretty easy. I mean, I like the company.
ChatGPT is.
Yeah, to make it good.
Yeah, but they suck at it. It's like Twitch. It's like UI. You could fix it, I guess.
I think they can make it like basically just ask the AI what the most attractive way is to organize that information.
I mean, they haven't done it yet, though, but maybe they would knock me off. But I've done it, but I don't know. Is it the greatest idea in the world? Maybe not, but
It's a
it'd be
pretty.
a short-term cash cow.
You could also make like an extension or an add-on that does stuff, but I don't know if I find it to be that difficult to use. I mean, you do, but I mean, I think it's pretty easy. Like I don't go through all my old shit all that much. I did. I made a robot that copied and pasted it all in my blog of mine that's super big, but I don't know. But what I'm saying is like the amount of time that you put into that would be great, but then they could just fix it or just take what you did and do it. Okay,
Yeah, but
I'm gonna
where they don't touch it. I don't know.
I'm, I'm gonna try this and it's not gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Do you feel comfortable telling do you feel comfortable telling me your Twitch username?
Oh yeah, can I just DM it to you?
No, you don't have to tell it to me.
It's pretty cringe, so buckle up.
Ready.
It's and this is what's it called when every new word is capitalized? Camel case or carrot case?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Okay, it's Dicky is on fire. STIGGY. That's how you're supposed to be.
Wait, Vicky is on fire?
Yes,
And how do you spell Vicky?
Dicky. STIGGY.
Oh, Sticky is on fire. STIGGYISONFIRE. Is that correct?
IS. IS. Oh,
fucking shit myself right now. I would die. You should have got. You should have
How do
got.
you create a story?
Only certain users can. Um. Well,
Right, you're allowed to.
on one of my accounts, yeah. Okay, I just tagged you in a clip, and the clip is under Rabbi Rothschild 007. If you want to see it, check your notifications. I'm almost certain it didn't come in. Though it should. I don't know why it doesn't.
So I use this clip that
Because it doesn't on my other account. Like, I've been testing it with different accounts, and it doesn't work. But, let's see here. It should work. Okay, so you did not get a notification, I think, right?
no, but I do have my notifications. All the notifications are on, and there is a notification that says clips. When a clip of your channel or a clip of you maybe becomes popular, but or even account mentions every single notification. Stream invites. Someone invites you onto their stream as a guest. When your channel goes live and you follow, if someone mentions you in a room, messaging pertaining specifically to you as a streamer on Twitch, stream chats, subscriber emails. When a channel you subscribe to wants to send you
Like that.
stories, when someone you follow shares a story, when someone reacts to your story, when someone shares a clip of your channel in their story.
See if you
I don't have any like, content on my Twitch that you can click and put in your story.
I understand. See if you can create a story. Oh wait, okay, here it is. Okay,
So,
go to Rabbi Rothschild 007.
yeah,
And then go to clips.
like the clip and the live stream.
No, the way
Or
that you
how
do
to go to your channel. Okay.
it, you go to
About technical videos.
go to videos,
No videos.
and then
Well,
filter by clip.
oh, there we go. Yo, test. All right, you have 4 clips here.
That's just
Sticky is on fire. You're done. Right.
yeah, but notice it did not like give you a notification or anything.
Yeah, because you didn't post the clip from my channel onto your story.
No, it should. Like the fact that I tagged you
You
in
did.
it, like,
Yeah, you did tag me. Does that take you to my channel?
yeah, it's like if you roll over it, it's your account.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, it's tagged.
Randomly switch to a black.
So, okay, let me ask you this. I'm gonna follow you, and like this is what I did on Twitter. You get a bunch of people that like complain about me, and it's what I did on Blue Sky. You get people that are fucking down about. Um, but Twitch is just so big that it's hard to get recognized. Maybe it's on fire. I like that name. I don't think it's.
Thanks.
Oh, God.
It's kind of insensitive to self-inflict. Sorry to the fun.
So bizarre. Yeah, no, it's cool enough. But it just gets like doing really well. Like,
Right, yeah. That's
okay, so maybe it's on fire. Okay, I just followed. Did you get any notification that I followed you?
no, I don't. For some reason, no.
Exactly. So check your email under that account if you can. If you have email things on, and you will see that I followed.
Oh, yeah, I did get an email right to my main account. Awesome. My main email account. Nice.
Yeah,
It says join Rothschild Discord.
right.
Oh, yeah.
So here's my thought. I make a bot that just follows everyone on Twitter, on Twitch, and at least they'll get an email, and my name alone causes people to like find interest in me. And they might come take a look and see what
Yeah, if you go into notification, it says, that's weird how like it doesn't. I mean, maybe I misread it wrong, but you go to notifications and it says exactly the reason why you received notifications. So there might be something to explore. I mean, weren't you already kind of exploring the notification for when there are new clips created from your stream? So you're just clipping people, right? Was that on Crypto or have you clipped people on Twitch?
maybe both. And I did get like I got people who attention to Twitch, but uh, now I didn't do it for that long. I did it for like 2 weeks, but just haven't.
How many clips did you make?
Oh, probably 10,000.
How many people was your conversion rate? 1. Oh, that's awful.
Terrible. And it, let me be honest. Was it 10,000? It was 1,000. Let's just say 1,000. And I got one person. Like 2 weeks. Um, and I did it, and I got like 5. So that's a lot. But this this actually could work. And here's how. I make my profile up for join Rabbi, and I put in all my links and make it really nice. And then just have this thing go through and just follow like everybody on Twitch. Now sometimes they put maximums on how many people you can follow, which will fuck me, but I can always make more accounts or whatever. But that means it's going to send an email, which is the notification that I need. A lot of times on Twitch, it says that it'll send you a notification. Like, I just followed you, but you didn't get a notification. Now, are you on a are you on a are you on a computer?
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter if I have one.
No, I know.
don't
I know. I was
notify
gonna say you can see who's following you on a computer. You can't on a phone, which is totally stupid. And I know I've talked to you about this before. If you can do something on one platform, you should be able to do it on the other. On one device, you should be able to do it on another. It shouldn't be this. Well, you have an Android device, you have an iOS device. It just should be across everything: desktop, mobile, tablet, everything. And it will tell you that you are following. It will tell you who's following you. And you will see that I'm following you, but you did not get a notification. It's like, dude, they will send me notifications for such bullshit, but they won't send it to me like what I want, which is when somebody follows me, it should say so and so followed me.
I'm surprised the Pets didn't, like, I thought it was getting engagement on X, so why was it not getting engagement on Twitch? Actually, I feel like based on like my investigator clues that I've been given in this conversation, like potentially Twitch is not actually notifying the people that they're getting clipped.
That's true. And also, when people search your clips, by default, it says featured clips. You have to click a thing to see all the clips. So they like make it like more difficult to see my clips because they're not featured. Okay.
Is there any way to solve that?
No, the user has to make them a featured clip.
But banned for going into people's live streams and just like self-promoting and spamming in the live stream.
Right away. Yeah, right away.
Really?
Yeah.
What if you're just commenting like a bunch of happy, productive, like you know, like that one Discord where you can just say like positive shit every time. There's that Discord where you can just like instead of like shilling your account, you say like this one phrase like every like 15 minutes, and then
That's
get
right.
a bunch of replies.
That's right.
Like, yeah, stay positive.
Exactly.
What was that?
It was something like, I hope everybody's having a great day. No, sending positive vibes. That's what it was, sending positive vibes.
Right. Yes. Maybe you do that approach. On the Twitch live.
That's a thought. Oh, but they'll ban you. Their AI knows when you are using repeated things, and they'll ban you for that. But no, the way to do it is to just follow people on Twitch, and it will send them an email. And there will be enough people. If I did this on a bunch of different devices,
How many Twitch users are there? Like millions?
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you figure out how, like, if you go to someone's account on Twitch, can you see exactly which accounts are following them, or is it private?
Right.
How do you actually get to the database of the username?
Yeah, so this is pretty smart. I use a random word generator, and I have my bot go to it and randomly get a word like the word joy, or the word cool, or the word smile. And then it puts that into the search, and then all of the follow buttons show up, and it just goes in and hits all the follow buttons.
Okay, so like kind of like brute forcing it.
What other ways are to do it?
Type letter A, type letter B, see what pops up.
Yeah, but they don't show them in like alphabetical order. It'll just be like any account that has the letter A, and it'll also search it'll search lives that have the letter A. So if you go through all the people who are live at once with the letter A, so if I type in like the word dog, if I type in the word dog, it also depends if you're on Android or iOS, or if it's a phone or a desktop computer. The best way to do it, or the best way I've seen, is on iOS. All the follow buttons show up all next to each other. It's like really convenient. So the other thing I have to test is, oh, there's such a pain in the ass. Okay, so I follow, let's say, 10,000 people. Well, then I have to follow one of my accounts to see if it's still sending out the follow. Because sometimes these things just silently stop, after you do it 100 times or whatever, and you don't know. You're basically shadow banned from finding people.
On YouTube, I guess I don't know. Pay attention on YouTube. In the comments, I think other people in YouTube comments pay attention. Like, it doesn't actually have to be the channel owner themselves, but if you're still a bot that just like, I don't know, maybe even a program that uses AI and just like wrote like some like William Montgomery, like kind of like way to go, dumbass, like response to like these people in the comments, and then just like rage bait them into like checking your profile. I
No.
think that could work.
No, I don't want to do it on YouTube because I did this years ago, and I built a bot for it.
Did
And
it work?
I got some people pissed at me, but then they searched my YouTube account and then marked them all as spam.
How do they know is you're the only one promoting Rabbi Rothschild? They're just assume.
Exactly.
Isn't that? Can you refute that?
Yeah, I did. And then like I've read about like how do you get back to an account that's been banned after they refuse? And literally I've read this of actual people on Reddit who have said this, and ChatGPT, they're like, the only alternative is to just go viral. And then when you go viral, they have no choice than to give you your account. Like, that's their strategy, which I thought is got to be my strategy. So I'm fine if I lose all my but like, that's fine. I know it's all stored. And it's just like I go viral, and then I get all that shit back.
Yeah, I think honestly, if there's like an AI that's making clips of you, like these like random like brands that you have, I don't know. I think just like putting that short form content out there would be a big way to get traction.
I agree with you. Just one moment. Just give me 1 minute. Um, Here's the thing though. The key that you want to do with that short form content is have it get views. And if you just keep creating content, you just get shadow.
Uh, I mean, if like after like how many videos? Like 100?
No, like more than 100. Well, that's another thing too. With
No, they can't be real.
No.
People posting it.
No, they have a limit. It's not like more than 50.
On TikTok or
YouTube. YouTube has a limit. TikTok you can do way more.
But no more. I mean, 50 YouTube shorts a day seems like
Yeah, it is. But I think actually it's like 12.
let me look it up.
Yeah, it changes.
I can't believe it would be wrong, but
It changes. It changes.
there'd be a video like 12 YouTube shorts would be a 12-minute long YouTube video. Like that'd be like, is it more like data for them to store if you're uploading 12 YouTube videos?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we can make like 24 videos a day, something like that.
That's weird. Facebook could not get that. There's no official hard-coded date limit. Posting too frequently can give the algorithm less time to assess shorts performance and may dilute its efforts.
Exactly.
I mean, they just don't go into specifics.
I know, and I'm telling you, I've done it myself, and you run into an issue at like 10, 12.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as they're high quality ones, then you can get views. I mean, I know I bashed it clearly, but like at YouTube, or like trying all the text that you sent me summarizing a video was not bad.
Right? There's an issue with that. Though. The issue with it is, in order for me to get those things provided, the text has to be like YouTube has to make transcribe what I'm saying. And it doesn't do it for all my videos. They have to be like older. It doesn't do it for like a video of the last like week. It's gonna be longer than that because it takes them some time to get the transcription. And so that I mean I'm not saying that like, I can't just be a little patient, but that is kind of a pain.
They have like 900 days of content that you can still parse through.
1,200, but yeah. But it still doesn't always do it. And the reason why they say is just if you have limitations. Like they're very vague about it. I wish I could say like they were like, oh, this video is too long, or this video, or whatever.
Wait, YouTube Shorts like mandatorily need to have transcripts.
I'm not talking about YouTube shorts. I'm talking about um, I'm talking about
And summarization, maybe.
hold on. I'm talking about like regular videos.
I've also seen YouTube videos that just don't have transcripts.
Exactly. And a lot of my videos are not. And like I looked that up today. Why is it that some of my videos have and some of them don't? And they just say, at least like what I read from ChatGPT was uh, system limitations on YouTube's end, which I don't really believe. Because I asked ChatGPT, hey, can you provide like minute by minute summaries of videos? And it was like, yeah, I sent the link. And I sent the link and it was like, can't YouTube provides invalid invalid subtitles. Like then I asked him, why would it do this? He said because YouTube either hasn't processed the video yet, or hasn't created subtitles, or just due to system limitations. Okay, what does that mean?
I mean, I think that there must be like a third-party external piece of software that could create subtitles.
There is. There are.
No,
That does exist, but that's just another thing that you have to do. So you have to take that link, put it in. And for 12-hour videos, sometimes it takes some time. And then for it to get synced up in the video, it can take time.
then you take that script and then put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will break it down. And find the, minute by minute breakdown. Now, here's an interesting one. You're on a computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go to Twitch and go to the search and then just type in. This is so fucking stupid. Like, whatever person created this is a mess. Type in the word dog. D-O-G.
1 second, just my computer crashes like for no reason.
You're good.
Oh man, just nothing. Never get a Mac with a maximum storage of 250 gigabytes. Just throw your computer in the toilet. Okay, I searched dog.
Okay, do you see at the top it says dog?
Oh, mine says dog. It's like, that's live. It's all live.
Right. So you don't see the follow button, like, basically anywhere, right?
No, because they're all dog.
Right. So then go to channels and, like, keep scrolling down, and you will see the follow button. Like, I see Snoop Dogg.
I see dog. If I just search dog, then dog appears.
Yeah, just look at Dogg.
And dog appears.
Yeah, and then Snoop Dogg.
No, I didn't filter my channel. Like, not very interested.
Right, exactly. It's like, why would they show you?
Is there even a filter? Oh,
There's like a little button. You scroll down that says show more channels.
no, man.
Like, it's really the worst user design that I think you could ever have. The interface sucks.
5 channels. Just chatting IRL. 10 farmers.
It's like asshole design. I say this all the time. It's like asshole design.
Yeah, where do you find the channels? Because it's just promoting live streams.
Exactly.
That's the purpose of the apps. That's the purpose of the platform, but
No,
it's like
not necessarily. If you want somebody who's not online, which a lot of people would, they just want to look at their friends.
I didn't not disagree, but like if they want you to watch live streams, they just possibly I don't know. It would still be in their interest to make you be able to follow accounts.
Right.
I do not think that allows you to breaking search for channels.
Right. It's
Oh wait, channels there. Okay, show 5 more channels. Go.
that's what you click, and then you'll
And then
see.
there's 12 channels. Okay.
You'll find like a couple follow buttons.
Yeah. And in between each like account, there's like 4 or 5 or 8 live streams, and that's like the count. That's like a bunch of live streams. That's like the count. Okay.
Okay, so yeah.
Live stream. The count.
So do you see
Like
the
7 live stream.
So do you see the follow button?
I do.
Right. But it's like very badly designed. It's like, remember you were like, well, they want you to look at live streams. But why even have those follow buttons anywhere?
At least the follow button is the same. Like,
Yeah, that helps. But it's they're like few and far between. Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna follow you with a different account, and again, isn't it strange that they would do all the work to send you a notification in your email, which is a lot of work, as opposed to just sending it to you in your device?
Yeah,
Like that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like they're doing so much. It's you can tell Jeff Bezos and those people just aren't paying attention to this. Dude, I have a couple videos where I would call Amazon Prime support to complain about Twitch, and they would actually put me through the Twitch support, and I would just like not troll them, but like try to improve their system, and they would be like, "Yeah, it doesn't work," and I would be like, "You're a billion. You guys were sold. Jeff Bezos bought you for like $995 million, and you're telling me that this part of your system doesn't work?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'd be like, I mean, isn't that a problem? They're like, "Yeah, we'll send it to the ticket team or whatever," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm sure that's not getting fixed." Then I'd call back and ask them if it got fixed, and it wouldn't be fixed. Um, it's just ridiculous to me that they. This is a very like they could make this so much easier, so much easier. I could say to you, Riser, make it easier. You'd be like, okay, well, at the top there'd be filters, and it would just be like filter by live, or maybe that's the default. And then you could do channels, you could do categories, and you could do tags, right? Isn't that what like a normal person would do?
yeah, it is. I don't know why they don't.
But yet, if you look at it on your phone, they do have that, and it's not as organized, but it's better organized. So you,
Wait, so I switched to my phone version on my computer.
no, that's different. If you do the like mobile, they just show you what it's going to look like on a mobile browser. I mean to say, look at it in the app. The app does it correctly.
Okay,
All
so
right.
there's no way to. I guess you could screen share from your phone. No, no, that I would. You need the phone.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that right now. So here's the thing, though. I have an Android bot. I don't have an iOS bot. An iOS bot is what one does it the best. But the iOS bot isn't that. Um, iOS bot is like really heavy. The Android bot is okay. Just one moment. What is your username again?
Is
Go to CP. Okay. I just followed you. Never miss a one. Turn on notifications. Get updates from channels to follow. Okay, check on your computer if you got a notification. You probably didn't, but then check in your email.
no email one yet. For some reason, it was the last one.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, no notification. Yeah.
Maybe it's fire channels.
STIGGYISONFIRE, right?
Yes.
I know it is, and it's weird. It's like it showed up, it allowed me to follow you, but now your account doesn't show up. It's like it's a, and you didn't get any notification, right?
No.
Okay. And let's see here. Um, I'm gonna follow you. Okay. Sticky is on fire. No results
You know,
found.
Sorry, go.
No results found from Sticky is on fire. But then if I go to go to Sticky is on fire, then it shows up. It's like this shit sucks. And it shows you have 2 followers. And I'd be both of those followers. Okay. I'm gonna follow you right now. Did you get any notifications?
Not that I see. No email. No.
You've only got one email. And it was the first one. And I'm sure you did no refreshment.
Yeah, still spam.
Okay, it shows that you have 3 followers. So it shows you have no way. Hold on. This would be crazy. If I could create a clip on you. And you've never even streamed. I don't know if this is still nothing.
Uh, yeah, nothing.
No email.
Nothing. That's weird because the first one they recommended.
Right. Which just tells me their system is crossed up. Okay, so I'm gonna unfollow you and refollow you. Nothing.
So basically, you would have no idea that I'm following you with.
Oh, I did. Let's see if I go to my channel.
Yeah, you get 3
Well,
followers.
it does have, it shows me 3 followers, but I really can't even see what they are.
Right. So the way that you do that is such a pain in the ass. You go to the upper right corner, create your dashboard.
Yeah, I give it to you.
Then go to the upper right corner and go to creator dashboard.
300 followers, guys.
Community followers list.
Yeah, I know, I see it now. We got Rob, XYZ, Rothschild, Score, Zero One. Yeah,
Yet you only got one of those notifications.
only one email.
One email. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Sense?
His account's linked at all.
Um,
Like, I don't know, or maybe just like
same IP
the same
address.
VPN. Yeah.
Um, I don't think that should have anything to do with it. And I get that it could, but I only followed you. It's not like I followed a whole bunch of people. I followed you, and maybe like 2 other people, and then you with 2 other accounts. Like that's 5 total followers. It's not anything that should be thrown at all, or they should think like their shit sucks for being like the preeminent live streaming meeting thing. It is awful. It is so bad. They are so motivated of just selling ads. They don't care about the user experience. And I think it's a Steve Jobs quote. Like, step one, don't forget the user. So you didn't get any email, right? Except for the one.
That's correct.
Isn't that
Can
curious?
we even talk about the Charlie Vegas?
Yeah, that's why I talked about the Trump thing.
Okay. Yeah, but you know, what did you think of Charlie Vegas?
I think it's very sad. Obviously, um, I think it's just we haven't found any.
I just don't know why, like, there's a reason behind it. He's not like a A-list celebrity or something.
Not even close. Do you know who it was?
Like, yeah, like, he's popular on like YouTube, but see how many followers he has. Maybe on Twitter he has a
Twitter was
he tainted now that following.
Twitter was
Uh, LA aliens. 7 million followers on Instagram. So like, what
That's
I don't know.
not a new body.
No, it's like famous, but it's not like insane levels of famous. There are people that like way more famous.
Sure.
Yeah, you think JoJo? Yeah, JoJo hasn't happened, so that's almost twice as many followers.
Do you think?
Actually, not really.
Do you think that?
It's almost nine.
Only heard the situation that happened in North Carolina, say that the Irina Soroska. Irina Soroska was just riding public transit. By the way, she was a refugee from Ukraine, of all places. And she came to Charlotte, North Carolina. And a terrible person, we saw it happen again, struck drugs and time without some sort of committing guideline being violated. We're going to see the video. You absolutely should. This individual should not have been on the streets 14 prior arrests. And it makes me wonder, why are we allowing so many people to commit these crimes to keep on being released? The magistrate judge continue to release this individual, and this is a horrific thing. It's really interesting to me. Really, other employees has about articles change the entire American body politic theory. We must then articulate what does it mean to be a nation.
Yeah, I actually, saw that guy got killed.
I agree. Just some. Yo, dog. I have a Twitch account, and somebody followed me, and I did not get a notification in my Twitch email. My Twitch. Yo, look who it is. What up, Conda?
Hey, what's up?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every month's a feast. What's good for next week?
Things are really good. What's it happening earlier? I'm supposed to be checking your messages right now, but I was just trying to, just check back up before I can read those messages.
Absolutely. How about I just review them, because then we can talk about it. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Excellent. So they're basically, this is just me talking. There are three types of artificial intelligence. There's artificial narrow intelligence, that's ANI. That's what we've had previously. That's like those chatbots that don't work really well. There's artificial general intelligence, which is where we're moving toward, and artificial super intelligence. So artificial general intelligence verge to an AI system that can perform any intellectual task a human can do. It's general purpose intelligence, meaning it can learn, reason, and adapt across many different domains like language, math, art, science, social science. The key is flexibility. It's not just specialized in one thing like today's AI, which is called AI, artificial narrow intelligence. And there's artificial super intelligence. It refers to AI that doesn't just match human intelligence, it surpasses it in every way. It would be better than all human science, creativity, strategy, emotional understanding, and problem solving. Sometimes described as an intelligence explosion, where once AI surpasses us, it could rapidly improve itself beyond human comprehension. And then I listed things that are examples of artificial superintelligence. Recursive self-improvement systems, AI that can redesign and upgrade its own algorithms. That's really key, because that's basically allowing it to rebuild itself and make itself extremely efficient. Advanced neural architecture search, systems that invent entirely new AI models beyond human design. Quantum and AI computing, combining quantum computing with AI for exponential processing. Artificial creativity, producing novel scientific theories, inventions, and art beyond human imagination. General problem solving optimizer, solving complex problems in physics, medicine, economics, etc. with superhuman speed. Nanotechnology designed AI, creating molecular machines or nanobots for medicine and materials. Superhuman strategy systems, outside influence in politics, economics, and long-term planning. Advanced brain-computer interfaces. I love enabling human and AI to directly share thoughts and data. Self-replicating autonomous robots.
really need to work. Machines that can adapt, repair, and reproduce designs. Artificial emotions, empathy models surpassing human ability to predict and respond to emotional states. Global systems control AI, optimizing energy grid, traffic logistics, and planetary scale infrastructure. I love that one. Electronic scientific discovery platforms, conducting experiments, forming hypotheses, and making breakthroughs without human guidance. Artificial life and consciousness simulation. I love that one. Creating or simulating new forms of intelligent existence. Ethics, government links, super intelligence, reasoning about morality, law, and cooperation at a higher level than human institutions, and cosmic scale engineering design. Concepts like Isaac Spheres, interstellar travel systems for terraforming. I love talking about that. I'm talking about specifically. So with that being said, that's what we talk about when we talk about artificial superintelligence. Does that give you some idea of what I mean by that?
Yeah, I think it's actually a really clear idea. I really want to ask you said there's types of AI that can replicate human emotion and empathy.
Yeah.
Okay, which is something I really find hard to believe, really. It's, I don't know. I'm not sure how accurate being able can replicate human emotions and human basic understanding of empathy. Can you give a little bit of insight on that?
Absolutely. Well, let's first talk about cybernetics. So basically, that's the merging of technology and biology. And so there's a way that it could be done, where we scan your brain into a computer, knowing what every animal in your nervous system and your personal is, essentially creating a an exact copy of what we would consider your being. So not the actual shell of you, not your muscles, not your skeletal structure, but actually what takes place inside. And when we have the knowledge of where all of those atoms are located, we could replicate this to a clone of yourself, or a robot, or a cybernetic being, whatever we want it to be. Now, the idea is, well, is that really you? Is a question that arises philosophically. It has for many uh, philosophers have been asking this question. It really, what arises is something known as the ship of Theseus paradox. So, what is this? So, Honda and I, we're standing with you on a dock, and there's a ship that came in to the dock, and we took that ship apart piece by piece, and we built it right next to the original ship until the second ship had used all of the pieces from the first ship. Have we created a new ship, or is it just the other ship, the first ship, blew? Which is
Well, it really depends. It's like the first ship, like, you can kind of replicate the first ship into another ship, so we just kind of like take it apart and build it back up.
right? So, is it just the first ship, or is it a new ship?
You know, I think it's just the same ship.
It's a paradox. Some people might consider it the first ship, just in a different location. Other people might say that's a completely different ship. It's a paradox. It could be it's kind of one of those things both at the same time. So in the same way, we can do that with humans. So essentially, we take your brain, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and we clone that. Is it you, or is it a different version of you? So let's use this in human terms. So let's say we took all of your,
Do you tie in between the reconstruction process?
yeah, actually, and we understand this scientifically. Like if you were going to teleport from one place to another, we, by definition, have to essentially kill you.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's frogs, right? They'll freeze themselves, right? Or different organisms don't freeze themselves.
Yeah, like
Basically, I'm enter into like this death-like state until it's like the conditions are favorable enough for them to, like spring back into life or whatever. It's like, is that in between state where they're frozen? They're basically like dead, but they're not really dead. But then they come back to life. So it's like it's like the state where maybe it's not like a binary answer, yes, no.
That's the state of just prolonged hibernation that some amphibians do. They'll like swim to the bottom of the lake in the wintertime and have it so that they don't have a heartbeat like once a month. And it's like a hibernation, but they don't actually kill themselves. So what we would be talking about is essentially about a few things. In the teleporting example, we either kill you or we're going to have two versions of you. And so if you only want to have one version of it, you have to kill that original version. If you want two versions of you, that's fine.
Yeah.
But then what do we do with that second version?
It seems like a clone of the original version. So you can replicate. If you replicate a file on your computer, it's not two different files. It's two copies of the same file.
Exactly. That's usually the example that I give. And it would be like you have one file, file A, you copy that, and it becomes file A, and then parentheses 1. And then you delete the original file. Everything is the same except for the name, which we could just rename back to be file A, and you would never know. So it's paradoxical, basically. It's however you want to define it. But to Honda's point, let's talk about the emotional part. But I want to make sure she's here. Honda, are you there?
Yeah, everything.
Excellent. Okay, so scientists are currently in the initial phases of memory transfer in mice, so small mammals. So what they're doing is they are able to have a mouse memorize how to complete a maze, and then transferring, basically scanning the mouse's brain and transferring those memories using some type of brain-computer interface into another mouse, and having the second mouse be able to complete the maze in the first try, not getting it wrong at all. So we're already at the point where we have mice that are able to transfer memories. So the idea is that if memories can be transferred, and that means emotion should be able to be transferred, and psychological states could be transferred, and people's personalities could be transferred. We used to say that we can transfer those into a robot. Right. I was going to ask ChatGPT a question. So here we go. This is my question for ChatGPT. I have a Twitch account, and I am logged in on my computer and on the phone, and I have all my notifications. And I just had a friend of mine follow me, and I did not get a notification on the computer or on my phone. Even though the notifications are on. But I did get an email. They then proceeded to follow me with a second account and a third account, but I didn't get any notifications, nor did I get any emails. What is going on with the notification system? Is this a regular issue that people experience? You're not alone. Twitch notifications can be inconsistent, and many users have reported issues similar to what you're experiencing. Here's a breakdown of what's likely going on and what you can do about it. It's likely happening. Twitch prioritizes email over app notifications sometimes. Like, what? You get one email for the first follow, but not for the others. Oh, interesting. This could be due to anti-spam measures, Twitch may group or suppress repeated similar notifications, like multiple follows in a short period. Oh, okay, so that's probably what it's doing. Rate limit. To prevent spam, Twitch might limit follow notifications from accounts created or following you rapidly. So that could be too. Push app notifications are unreliable. Even if your mobile and desktop notifications are on, Twitch's app and web push system are known to delay notifications, miss notifications entirely, not trigger for certain types of accounts. For instance, suspected bots or newly made calls. So that could be. You might not get notified. Dude, ChatGPT stuff. It used to be so good, and then it does this thing where it like refreshes. It just took that away. It took all that shit away. Um, and then if they tell it repeat, repeat what? Sure. What would you like me to do?
Up to 1 hour for investors.
You just sent me something.
Yeah. Well, why do that? Hear that chat GPT.
Have your own brain and a.
Yeah. It's only a minute long, but it's like,
I'm watching it.
Something like this butterfly special. Sensory world transmitted to this brain devices, electrical and chemical stimulation.
Shit's wild, son. I'm gonna follow you with another account, my main account. Uh, is it Sticky on Fire? Sticky is on fire.
Yeah.
STIGGYISONFIRE, right? Yeah, it's so weird that it doesn't just come up. Okay, I'm gonna follow you. I just followed you with my main account. It's not my main account. I have an account with 49,000 followers on it, but um, this is like my brother. All right. Did you get a notification in your email? You didn't get any notification, right? Okay. Um. All right. So I think it probably. Well, let's look this up again. Yo, dog. You just wrote this, and then ChatGPT took it away. ChatGPT 5 is really unimpressive with how it works in a mobile browser. So keep it when you type it this time, please. All right. So my friend has a Twitch account, and when I followed him, it did not send a notification on his desktop or app, but it did send one in an email, even though all his notifications are on. And then I followed him with a second, a third, and a fourth account, and he got no notifications. Can you please see if this is a common problem? Like the Twitch app notifications are inconsistent. Yo, I got you. And yeah, what you're describing is actually a known issue that's been frustrating people for a while. The situation: your friend has all notifications turned on, got email notifications when you follow him, not just one, got no app or desktop notifications. Still didn't get any when you follow the second, third, fourth. What's going on? So Twitch throttles or limits notifications. Twitch often doesn't send notifications for every single follow, especially if multiple follows have been short time. Which I don't know why it wouldn't. Like it should. That's why you have the notifications. It may not trigger alerts for new accounts or ones that look like alts, low activity, new creation data, etc. Spam prevention is a big reason. Twitch is very cautious about mass follows looking like bots or raids. App desktop notifications are buggy. Yep, you're not alone. Many users have reported that app push notifications are inconsistent or just don't fire. Desktop browser notifications depend on browser settings and Twitch sessions set. For instance, if you're not actively logged in and your tab is inactive, it may not trigger. Twitch's mobile app notifications can be delayed or silently dropped, even if everything's set to on. Settings mismatch or glitch. Sometimes, even if Twitch has notifications on, the settings don't save correctly, or some toggles like follow alerts versus push notifications or on-site alerts aren't fully enabled. A log-out, log-in cycle or clean cache can fix this. Steps to tell your friend to try. Don't worry about this. Let's see what it says. Check notification settings again. Fuck that. Look at each section. Fuck that. Make sure follows is checked in all applicable tabs. Clear cache. Fuck that. Reinstall Twitch. Fuck that. Double check phone settings. Fuck that. Wait a bit between follows. Try having someone with an older active Twitch account follow and see if that triggers a notification. And we just did that. Is this a known bug? Yes. Many Reddit and Twitch forum posts over the past year mention inconsistent follow notifications, especially on mobile. It's not just you. Twitch hasn't officially fixed it or acknowledged all cases, but it's a real and annoying issue. Yes, it's a common problem. Notifications from followers are not always reliable, especially the app. Twitch may be throttling them, especially for new alt accounts. Try checking all settings. Dude, how stupid is that?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't want you to scam.
But yet they let the first one work.
That maybe because it was my first follower ever.
That could be. But Reddit says if I follow a user's post, wait, I need to put Twitch. Like another thing is I I tagged you in that fucking post. You would want to know if you were tagged in a post. But yet
Yeah, it could have been like, yo, be on fire. Like,
blowing up.
really the killer.
Okay, so here's what somebody says. My follow alerts aren't working. So I've been having this problem for quite some time now, and my followers just don't seem to be working. I set up alerts on Streamlabs in the scene section, and I've made sure all the settings are correct. Put in the top of the other scene, reset cache, and reset Streamlabs. I followed numerous YouTube fixes and all kinds of things. I've even tried browser source, and I don't see my follows when somebody follows me. I thought I fixed it, but since I don't get many followers, I only realized after someone followed me that my alert never showed. I made an alt to see if it worked, and it didn't. I heard that it wouldn't register if you have the same IP. Oh, that could be. When I tested my
Yeah,
widget,
that's what I was saying before.
yeah, but I sent it to you. I know, but I just sent it to you on with different IPs, and it still didn't come. When I tested my widget, it worked. Tested it while live, and it showed on my Twitch channel how it's supposed to. What do I do? Do I uninstall and redo everything? Anyone have a fix for me? Sometimes the Streamlabs links stop working. Recap it. I ran the same issue. Streamlabs stuff. Fucking. This actually happened to me last week, and I wasn't able to find a solution. It came down to the Streamlabs. It's not Streamlabs though. It's fucking Dog, it's Twitch, not Streamlabs. Why aren't viewers receiving notifications when I go live? They're good at that one. I get those all the time. Why aren't my okay? Why don't desktop notifications work? I have them enabled with every channel I follow. Sounds like a permission issue. Sounds like it should fuck up. Um, does unfollowing and then following again make the notification stream appear? Following them when they're offline, they'll still see it in their activity feed, but no notifications will show on the next stream. Unfollowing and refollowing won't do anything. The notification only displays the first time you follow a channel to stop people from spamming at us. Thank you. I guess I have to sub during the stream then. Subbing is slightly different, and you can choose to share your sub, resub, and chat whenever. Okay. Not getting notifications. Followed channels are. Let's see. How do I get actual notifications when followed streamers? No, that's when it goes live. Not getting notification of channels I follow. Notification of the website not loading. Um, so I had. Okay, I'm having the same problem. I'm having the same issue. Same here. Same here. Hopefully it gets fixed soon. 2 years ago. Update your browser to the latest version and use Chrome for no, read them. I checked the dev console and I was getting failed integrity check error. I'm trying to load them. My Chrome was pretty out. Okay. I'm using the latest Firefox and still seeing this issue. It was same here. Why is it not working? I'm using Opera. Having the same issue. I don't know. What do you think about Charlie Kirk?
I was just reading about having some things like turn events in Israel or so.
Did you did you
It
see?
seems like usually there has to be some motivation. I mean, he has some recent influence and was a pretty, I guess, substantial part of the Republican Party. But I mean, like Ben Shapiro getting assassinated. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Hey, that's what I said to Zoo. Okay, Riser. Did you see what Raja Jackson did?
I don't know who that is. They're like JoJo's. So I was.
Pretty close. Okay, so do you know Rampage Jackson is? He's a UFC fighter. Okay, so he's big on kick. His son, like you're gonna want to see this. You are so like look it up in YouTube or actually probably Access at this place. Um, so his son was at a wrestling event in Sun Valley, which is in Los Angeles. It's like in the valley, and one of the wrestlers who was there was drunk and broke or like hit like an empty beer can on Raja Jackson's face. Raja Jackson is Rampage Jackson's son, and Raj is like 25 years old. So Raja didn't like that because he was on live stream at the time on Kick, and it was like embarrassing to him. And so one of the other wrestlers said, "Look, you Raja can get this guy who hit you in the head. The guy who hit you in the head, his name is Psycho Stu, or Psycho Stu, and you can get him when he's in the ring." So Raja waits for the guy to get in the ring, and then Raja goes in and body slams Psycho Stu in the ring, knocks him out cold, and then punches him 22 times in the head and knocks out his teeth, and then gets away. And the police still haven't arrested him. It's been like almost 3 weeks. No, he's just got a dad who's got money and basically paid off the LAPD to not do anything about it.
Damn, he must have paid off the right person.
You've got that right. Because anybody else would have been in jail, like straight up that night.
Yeah, that's crazy that he was able to get away with.
Did you
something
see? Did you
like
see the
that.
video?
Is he still gonna get sued though? They
Yeah,
can't stop a lawsuit.
yeah, right. Did you see the video?
Based on that description, I really don't want to see that.
There's no blood.
Is it the guy getting the beer slammed or the guy not that was like
The guy getting his teeth knocked out, but there's no blood. Just go to it. You're gonna want to see it.
I don't know about that before I got to sleep.
Okay, well, next time I see you, I want you to watch it.
I mean, I can visualize it pretty well, right?
No, not like this. Did you see the Charlie Kirk video?
Which one? Oh, the one that was getting shot in the neck. No, I can't watch that.
Dog, that one is fucking gory as fuck. Oh yeah, you didn't see it. Yeah, he gets shot in the jugular, and there's just like blood that just immediately pours out. Like you see his head just drop back, and like there's just like no surviving that. Like they didn't shoot him in the head, but they got him like the second best place you could have got. They got him right in the fucking jugular, in an artery, and I think in his like femoral artery, or no, not his femoral artery, but that's in your leg, but like in your whatever artery.
Yeah, no, yeah. Someone was saying Rothschild film was probably like a military Mossad person or something. Because like, yeah, even if you get shot in the neck, like you can still survive.
Not this one though. This one was this one. It was like how would I describe it? Like not just like blood dripping out. It was like blood like uh splashing out. Yeah, it's really sad. Like a fountain. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. I mean, like it would be like you know when like Donald Trump got shot, they were just like I know it wasn't like the same, but like there was like blood that was dripping off of his face. This was like squirting out. And it was just like when it happened, I was just like sitting here and or no, yeah, I was sitting here and I was looking at my oh no, I don't know. I saw on Reddit or somewhere, maybe I don't think I heard it on the radio, but I found out that he got shot, but he wasn't dead yet. And so I went to his Wikipedia. I was like reading about him, and then I opened.
Today or yesterday?
Well, it was like 9:10. It was like maybe 16 hours ago or something. And I put my phone down and saw out of the corner of my eye that Donald Trump had posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk had died. And that's how like people found out about it. And I was like, no way. I was just on his Wikipedia and he was still alive. I figured he was gonna live, like because I hadn't seen the video. And then I saw the video and it was like they didn't need to take the amount of time they didn't need to take him to the hospital. He was dead as fuck in that. And they only shot him once. And then on Reddit, at least, people were so mean. Like, like they would be like, did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot, killed in the neck. Anyway, did you know that Taylor Swift goes on tour, like or whatever, like Ariana Grande is going on tour next year, and I'm really stoked about that. Like, not just that, then people started making memes, and it was like really mean memes, like way too soon. I mean, look, I know that's like, as someone who likes comedy, it's never too soon, but like these memes were like, they obviously there were people who were celebrating his death. Yeah, I don't generally think that's cool, and um, they were just like cheering about it, and they're like, another one bites the dust and all this other shit. And then there were people, at least on the radio, saying like, this is just going to create like, it's like a hydra. Like, it's going to motivate a lot of people, especially young people in college, to want to emulate what Charlie Kirk is doing, which is their choice, I guess. I mean, they can be whatever they want to be, but it was like, I don't know. And now I'm going to look and I'm going to tell you, yeah, they found the shooter. Because it's like, shouldn't they be really worried about this part? Like, there's a sniper that's on the run.
Where did you have it?
Yeah, Utah Valley State College.
Guns are legal in all 50 states.
Yeah, but
Like,
some,
it doesn't matter.
yeah, no, it does. But the laws are so. Look, if you ask me, the Second Amendment means they should be legal everywhere, and Congress shall make no law limiting them. Which, if you don't like that, that's cool. Then get rid of the Second Amendment. Like, to me, I need the laws to make sense, but they don't. And so like in Washington D.C., you can't buy a gun. I think, and like New York City, it's very limited. Uh, Los Angeles, it used to be more difficult, but then they got a different sheriff, and um, they give out what are called concealed carry licenses. But basically, it's very political. Like, um, you have to like basically give to the sheriff's reelection campaign, or be like a mover and a shaker in order to get one. And basically, no one in California walks around with a gun on their hip unless they're a security guard or a police officer. Even though you can, uh, I think maybe you can, but like in Arizona, you can. Arizona used to be like the Wild Wild West. Everybody walks around with a gun on their fucking, uh, like, not everybody, but like a lot of people. And those days are gone.
Was it Texas like that?
Yeah, but those days are kind of gone because there's almost like you don't want people to know that you have a gun because they can come up from behind you and take it and kill you, or make it a struggle or something. So that's why they do concealed carry, where you can hide it on your person. But it's more uh, of a headache than not. Like, that's why a lot of people are going to these pepper spray guns, very similar to bear scare, and where you don't need to do a background check, and you can carry them in all 50 states, and they basically shoot pepper balls at people. A lot more people are going with that, and then also
Are they long distance? Like, do they explode like a salmon cannon after that?
they shoot like, I think, like 100 yards. They shoot like a long way, and
Oh, shit. That's like good bear scare. Like, what would work as a bear scare?
yeah, very well. And um,
What short range then?
super even better at short range.
What is called
Um,
a Vermont gun?
uh, yeah, you can look that up. I'll give you the exact thing. Saber makes one. SABRE or something like that. Look up like Saber pepper ball gun.
That looks like a pistol, though.
Yeah.
Oh, so you actually have to hit the target for it to.
Okay. So here's what they're saying on X. More rooftop snipers. Now we're finding out Charlie Kirk's assassin shot from the rooftop over 200 yards away with a high-powered rifle
Did he escape on a zip line? By chance?
and a motorcycle.
No water tower. Zip line escape. Yeah, that's crazy. 200 yards. Like, you play golf. 200 yards. It's not like crazy, right? You can see it, but it's
Dog, that's far. That's 2 football fields. Oh yeah, it's the
oh, shit. Yeah, you're right.
it's not the femoral artery, the carot, carotid artery in the neck.
That's crazy from 200 yards. How you can do that?
Yeah, but when they get these
I guess.
scopes, it's like looking through, like it's like hitting a bat of basketball from like 10 feet away. You know, because the scope is like really accurate.
Yeah, but you still have to know that you can control your breath. I guess. Yeah, maybe it's not that impressive.
Dog,
It
this.
wasn't catch up.
Oh no no
But
no!
it's on catch up.
I wish it were, but no. This motherfucker got. It would be like a two like 1 liter worth of blood just shoots out right away, like a fountain. Like it would be like you said, like a fountain, just squirts out. And it's not just it like squirts out and keeps squirting out, like almost like a cartoon, like a gory cartoon. And you just see his head just like roll in the back of his eyes roll in the back of his head, and it's like, oh, dude, the person who got him was an expert. Like this was well, it was this,
Military.
yeah, dude. This person, a sniper was spotted on the rooftop just before the shocking assassination. They've got this guy on camera. If you look at Mahi, Mahii, this guy, he's got the sniper on the fucking roof. And a man who had a long rifle. Dude, he, and there, oh, well, another video, okay, it was a professional hitman. It changed the entire calculation about who was behind this. Um, one shot, one kill, carotid artery. 1 inch was hit from a distance of 200 yards. The level of accuracy requires military sniper level marksmanship. Photos show a shooter with sniper rifle with a high powered scope. The assassin was a pro. Yeah, it wasn't like one of these that like I mean, like the guy who killed uh, Lennon, John Lennon. He was like in short distance and had like a gun, shot him like 6 times or something like that. Like it was not short. It was like this guy came out of nowhere. I feel really badly for this thing. There was like an old man who they tackled, and like they said it was this guy, but this guy didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, like, yeah, just got him and stuck on the campers and shit.
Well,
About it.
that's the thing. It's gonna be like it, it could very well be like they're just like, yeah, he just got killed. Oh boy, oops, and then they just don't ever prosecute anybody. There are two videos,
Yeah, I mean, the guy literally got like, yeah,
right?
that's crazy.
There are two videos that I've seen. One is from very far away, and the other's from up close. And the one that's up close is very gory. The one that's far away, you can't really tell. They um they they took this old man into custody, but he didn't have anything to do with it. I feel really badly for him. And it's really sad that this guy was a dad and had a nice, like a really beautiful family. And um, Zoot came in here today, and he was like, you know, I know you always talk about world peace and everything, and I think that's the only way that we can have it. Like, I'm with you on that one now, and I like basically I wasn't always, but that's the only way to do it. It's like in a peaceful manner. If not, you're just gonna get this for the end of time. It's just you, one sniper versus you, and one sniper versus me, or drone attacks or whatever. It's just peace is the only way. Um, Dog, they've got this sniper on video, like not shooting, but like
The space, the space.
he's all in black tactical shit. Um,
So nobody noticed.
yeah, no, they did, they did. Somebody did, and they got it on video. A couple people did, but it's just like a,
Starts wearing a fucking balaclava
yeah,
and has a rifle on the back,
exactly. There are a
and
couple,
they just nobody. As soon as the shot was fired, I'm sure it's just like chaos and people just freaking the fuck out, running for their lives.
that's correct.
And like I think that like it doesn't matter unless you're like literally like a fucking ex-military guy. If you're just a regular civilian, the second you hear a loud ass shot, I mean maybe you have a silencer. Doesn't matter. The shot happens, like you're just in panic. Get the fuck out of here mode. You're not like, oh, let me see, let me go and find where all the danger is.
Right,
Yeah,
and Zo- Zoot
yeah.
Zoot was like, um, they found the guy. I'm like, no, that wasn't the right guy. And
That sounds exactly like
I'm like, no, then let that guy go. And she's like, no. Wait, that's exactly how he was. He goes, no, you watch. They've got the guy detained, and they're just waiting to announce it on television tomorrow. I was like, okay, like if you say so, dog. But like when this person
do
shot,
you think I have a question. Do you think the shooter dedicated the shot to his company or
very, very funny. Oh, sickeningly funny. Um, well, it was very accurate. Um, I know that they said you were like people set aside for like Zionism. Charlie Kirk was like a major Zionist. So I don't know why.
According to these 4chan posts, they have like getting away, like said something not aligned with that.
Yeah, I mean, but people say
More
that
recently.
people say that all the time, and they don't snipe.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, this could have just been a distraction or some other even worse thing that we don't know because of this distraction.
So
Which, if I had to guess, is probably, I don't know, 9/11 is also today.
right, which is
I don't know.
interesting,
Maybe it's just like
coincidental.
a crazy coincidence.
So Ben Shapiro was going to be on next, and he's a much bigger target than Charlie Kirk is, in my opinion. And uh, I don't know Ben Shapiro
Anyway,
directly.
I think Ben is smarter, but I don't think he's as, he doesn't say as much offensive stuff. I feel
I don't know.
like this guy, like on his last story, he was talking about, I mean, there's some other murder where some woman got stabbed like a bunch of times. But
Right.
I've heard me listening to him. But,
Yeah, I did.
it seemed like, yeah, out of the two of them, Charlie Kirk was more into like the speaking on whatever topic Epstein also. I guess Shapiro does that too.
Yeah,
They both have big follower. They're both like whatever Republicans.
yeah. I I don't know uh, Ben Shapiro directly, but uh, people in my community, I have like close connections with his family and with him basically like one person apart. And
You should ask him for
yeah, I did that at the beginning of this, and I don't even know if it got to him. I could ask someone to see if he would do it, but that's the I a rabbi in one of my communities is really good friends with his.
oh yeah, he's definitely so as
Yeah, um,
is he in California too, probably?
yeah, he grew up in uh, Valley. He went to UCLA. And he was on a radio show, AM 870, which is conservative radio here. And then he went to do the um, what is it, the pundit? What is that thing that he does? The,
Shapiro,
yeah, he does something. I so what I'm saying though is that to me he's a much bigger target than Charlie Kirk was. So if you wanted to like make waves for uh, the Republican Party, Ben Shapiro is a bigger target. But I I don't know. There's this was a fucking snipe.
no, Ben Shapiro has 4.4 million followers on Instagram. Charlie Kirk has 8 million.
Yeah, I don't judge it by that. I judge it by like who's on television most. I mean, we don't really have those. But, um, I mean, maybe Charlie Kirk was bigger. I don't know. I'm like much closer in vicinity and just like in the same circles as Ben Shapiro. So to me, he's bigger, but maybe Charlie Kirk is bigger. I don't know. Has Joe Rogan ever interviewed Charlie Kirk? I don't mean that to be funny. Is that he's interviewed Ben Shapiro a bunch. If he has,
Uh,
I'm gonna watch it right now. But I've
I
seen like
don't know. I mean, possibly.
no. Uh,
Joe Rogan post about this shit.
let
What
me
is
see.
Joe Rogan say on this tragedy?
Dog, do you know the thing about Ja Rule? Do you know who Ja Rule is?
I've heard of them, but I don't know who they are.
Oh, dude, it's this fucking Dave Chappelle skit. It's so funny, and it was so true. On 9/11, you know, like the whole country was just in shock, and no one knew what to do or whatever. And MTV News, which was like a news outlet back then, would go to like rappers and ask ask them what their thoughts were. And, and so Dave Chappelle has this hilarious skit like like who cares about what the president has to say? What does Ja Rule have to say on this issue? And so ever since then, whenever there's been and Ja Rule's a rapper, whenever there's been like a tragedy or any big newsworthy event, people will tweet like, "What does Ja Rule have to think about this?"
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this name.
Okay, so I'm looking for Joe Rogan.
It's from his company.
Yeah,
Where it,
yeah. Put in Chappelle, Ja Rule, and it's so funny.
yeah.
Man, they would. For real, why do you care so much with the things like not like they can do political science and then they just like the same good. You know what I mean? Stop watching the celebrities. Just don't listen to attention. Right around September 11th, John Rogan on MTV. That's what they said about John Rogan on the phone. See what John's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what John Rogan? I don't want to be so scared to death.
Oh,
Answers that John Rogan might not have right now. They were bad shit had to step in and say, oh my God, this is terrible. Somebody please find John Rogan on this motherfucker. Sense of all this. Where is John? Find the John Rogan.
that's it.
Voice is so fucking funny.
It is. I was just gonna say the same thing. Doesn't he look different back then than he does today?
He looks like a fucking turtle.
Um, uh, yeah, Joe Rogan. It does not seem like he tweeted about it.
I mean, there's enough tweets.
Yeah, I mean it's all over his subreddit, but his subreddit is so fucked up. It's like they hate him. Like they don't really like him, but it's his subreddit. It's that's what happens with these celebrities is they become so big that then people start to hate them, and the people who hate them end up taking over their subreddit and then making it like a place that's negative about them. Another thing that happens is uh like if, like the people
Not
who
if that's for you, Reddit.
yeah, but he's not that big.
I want to see AI episodes of fucking Nation for You.
I do too. Um,
I don't know. Those people in the front row would be fucking traumatized. Shit, just running out and you're just covered in fucking Charlie Kirk's blood. I mean, you can probably, I don't know.
there was a
That's
there's a fight at the Idaho Capitol after a man drove through a vigil on a scooter yelling "Fuck Charlie Kirk." So much for the Talmud. Um, they beat the shit out of this guy. Oh, he is getting it. He is getting it. They are beating the piss out of this guy. Um, this isn't something that anybody really talks about, like Reddit. But so if you ever go to a subreddit, you can see how many people are online in that subreddit right now. And I love reading those. Like in the Joe Rogan one, it's 901 people are looking into it. And in the Tony Hinchcliffe one, it's like, or no, in the Brendan Schaub one, it's like 205 people are Tony Hinchcliffe fans. And I just think that they're very funny. Like how whenever they come.
people are looking into
Yeah. Did Trey Parker and Matt Stone make fun of Charlie Kirk? I I don't believe it or not, of any show that I should absolutely fucking love, like I should absolutely be so in love with this show, it would be South Park, and I've never gotten into it because the voices bother me. I don't like the voice. I don't like the. I can't stand that. That's like it's annoying to me.
it. Yeah, I like Futurama. I like The Simpsons. I like Family Guy. I've seen some clips of South Park. They're funny, but I literally, like, for whatever reason, I can't watch the stuff. Even though, like, Kenny Hotz apparently did some writing for it, and it's very popular.
Who's Kenny?
Yeah, the voice. The voices are just, yeah. Which character is the most annoying voice? I find the dad in South Park to be so goddamn funny. The dad just
Who's Kenny Hahn?
oh, I think I've mentioned this to you before, but there's a famous Canadian show called Kenny versus Smith, and Kenny Hotz is a Jewish dude from Toronto, and he's a comedian. He's very funny.
Um, I used to.
Oh, does just starting like you clip on YouTube with like your face as like a React video somehow get around like any like copyright shit?
What do you mean?
Like if you're just like a React channel and you're just like literally like there's a video playing and then your little stupid face is like in one of the corners and then you're like reacting, maybe not even saying words, just like moving your eyeballs around. But then you repost it and then people watch that and it's fine. YouTube doesn't care.
Believe it or not, the big case and the precedent in the law comes from Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub spent between 500,000 and $1 million against this really little YouTuber, and the little YouTuber didn't have the money to fight the case, and so he was just gonna lose. It just wasn't like he was just gonna lose and lose it. But at the 9th hour, or 11th hour, a lawyer came in and defended the little guy. And basically, the judge, like the precedent is this: you have to at least you can't show long forms of the original video without making comments. Your comments have to like show that they made like um, they have to change the video in some way. So you just can't show the whole thing. And um, it's like important that you pause it and give your opinion. So in answer to your question, can you just show yourself in the corner winking? It would be up to a long form. It would be up to a judge, uh, and that's why I don't like these really subjective opinions. In my opinion, you should be able to go out there and show it. Like again, you know how I said um, that like all your music should be free because you should be paid in your you should like merchandise and ticket sales and things. I do the same with these YouTube videos because if not, it just becomes a judge who just is making a decision or a jury, and it's like it's just their subjective opinion. It's the same with music, like songs. When someone's like, so and so sampled my song in their song, and then it goes to a judge and jury, and it's like, whoa, it was just like their opinion. But you get another judge and jury, and they may have a completely different opinion. In my opinion, it should be your opinion. Uh, your opinion. What did I call it earlier? Your opinion and exposure. Thank you. And go do with that what you want. But because these channels are monetized, they're not able to do that as much. But I I personally think that. So. What's the answer to your question? It's there's like certain words that you have to, or words, there's certain phrases, and it's like you have to materially change the original version. And one of the ways that you can do that, you can do it by putting yourself in the corner. Dude, you want to know the best way I've seen people do this though? And this is fucking brilliant. So it's a lot of work doing all the editing of someone's video to get the best part, right? Yeah. So here's what you do. Let's say you are a fan of the Joe Rogan experience, but you don't want to cut up all this shit. You go to someone who already has done a reaction video to it. You do a reaction to their reaction video. That way, you don't have to do any of the editing of Joe Rogan's shit, and it's usually a lot easier because that person already cut up all the good stuff, and you just do it of that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Steal the first clips. Exactly. And the clipper is probably like oh, I don't like the big clips. But it's like that's what you're doing with Joe Rogan. You're doing the exact same thing. It's pretty brilliant. So there's this girl. She's pretty hot. She wears like a nude bra, so it almost looks like she's topless. And then she just goes on podcast reaction videos and gives her reaction of those, and she does a good job. And she's eye candy, and so a lot of people like to watch what she does. Now, I don't watch her that much. I've seen, like, not even that. I think I've seen 3 of her videos or something like that. But I'm like, man, that's a really good idea. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the first. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with making a reaction. And oftentimes, actually, I'm very proud of it, I guess, because Clippers just named reaction. I guess Clippers is just like literally stealing names
content, which is kind of lame. But if you're doing a reaction channel and clipping it, it's somewhat original. But if you're just clipping the actual thing, it's like you're basically pirating.
Well, doesn't it help the original person by giving them exposure?
Yeah, no, that's weird. It's a good counter argument, but it can also, I don't know, people get views, but a bit angry, I guess.
So I thought about this topic a lot. And
Incoming exposure.
exactly. I thought about this topic a lot, but okay, let's say I'm viral today, which is great. Hey, congratulations, everybody. Thank you. So, are you going to make it so that you do copyright claims against anyone who watches your videos? I will do no copyright claims ever. Use my content in any way that you want. You can study it at an academic level, you can laugh about it with your friends, do whatever you want with it. The more that you use it, the more impressions that it's going to get, the more powerful that I'm going to get. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And that's
I
how
agree.
people should treat it.
Yeah. Well, on the surface, it's kind of like an opportunity mark. So, hey, you're literally stealing my work. I worked hard on that. Can you not monetize all of my work? Thanks.
Well, that's when it becomes an issue when people monetize it. But if people are just sharing it, go ahead and share it as much as you want. Like, that just means I'm going to get more impressions, more exposure, more popular. It's like, okay, here's a perfect example. You ever see it like on like every website, where people have like memes like for famous movies, like just people's reactions to be like 3 seconds of a movie.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I mean, I think in the United States, the law says that's 7 seconds or something, what you can use. But technically, like you're using someone's name, image, and likeness for those things. So couldn't they? Couldn't you like sue Reddit because I don't know, name name a name one of those that you've seen.
I like the meat of it. Yeah. Like, oh, it's the one that we, Ryan Gosling. I agree. Cyberpunk Twitter.
Okay, so Ryan Gosling said he could sue you for that, or Cyberpunk could sue you for that. But guess what? It's in their best interest to let you do it because it's just going to make him a big actor and it will be more popular. Does that make sense?
Marketing.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, believe it or not, in the future, people will not really care about being in a big movie. They will care whether people use their clip in a meme. Because people will remember memes in the future better than they'll remember the entire movie. Like you become more a part of like imagine like 150 years from now. People will still use memes in one capacity or another. And that's how actors will be remembered. Sure, you were in the movie 150 years ago, but nobody's paying attention to that. They'll remember that their grandfather and their father and they themselves used the meme because it just got really popular. Like, let me think of a.
What do you think was the most memorable meme or scene from the time
with Jack Nicholson where he's like, "Here's Johnny."
And Stanley. Oh yeah, I got something.
Yeah,
Another character.
and he's like,
Yeah. You know, like the hotel.
yeah, the older hotel or whatever, Oregon, whatever. Yeah. But isn't that the one where he like chops down the door and he's like, "Here's Johnny."
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So even if you haven't seen that movie, people know that scene. And Jack Nicholson, I always do, actor, not the golfer. Jack Nicholson will want to be remembered in the future, and so he'll find it more beneficial to his career that that meme of him in the movie. Why? Because like in 50 years, no one's going to know who Jack Nicholson was, but they'll know that meme. That meme is in the common psyche of the Western world, and so people want to remember, and yeah, he'll be remembered from that movie, but like cinephiles are really going to care about that. But the overall general people will understand, like, oh yeah, here's Johnny. I know that. That's from the meme.
Yeah. I mean, I might still like the movie more overall.
Well, the meme will enhance it. Because,
As far as the hive mind, collective consciousness goes, the memes are the most important.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Don't underestimate the power.
Meme magic.
Do you know what meme stands for?
A meme.
Memory.
I think
It's a memory. It was. It was. Uh, what do I say? First discussed by Richard Dawkins.
a memory is spelled
Yeah, but they just needed a. They call it
alliteration.
no, it's not alliteration. It's like a short. So
There it is. It's one of those where there's like a literary term for like when you repeat like a sentence or something.
is that what it is? I think that the men would people didn't know how to spell it, so they just made edit and ed. So now look it up.
Reduplication. Reduplication.
All right, mean word.
Duplication is a linguistic process where a word or word is converted to create a new word.
Is that what they?
Easy peasy.
No.
Easy peasy. Cute,
But,
French fries.
but that's not what it is, though. The name was coined by British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins in 1976 called cellophane. He derived the word from the Greek "nema," meaning imitated things, and self-stemming from "memistai," meaning to imitate. Dawkins introduced the concept as a unit of cultural transmission analogous to a gene to describe how ideas, behaviors, or styles spread through imitation within a culture. There you go. He used the term to explain the evolution of cultural phenomena, posing that memes replicate, mutate, respond to selective pressures, much like biological genes. So it comes from the Greek meme. But it's spelled, mema is like Greek, but it's spelled Mima, but if you made it, it's the first four letters of the U line instead of skipping. So I think it's probably So they made a meme. How'd you like that, baby?
Almost dead.
Okay, I
You
need.
have any unknown co-host online assassination?
Yeah, that one's probably a hit. But the like book Catcher in the Rye, that the guy who shot him, uh, he was reading it, and that's like a book of like the CIA. Um, so it was outside the Dakota by um, Mark David Chapman, and they broke into like they cut into Monday Night Football to announce it. It was like a big deal to do that, and like everybody was watching Monday Night Football at the time, and um, there's like a famous last picture of John Lennon. Like Mark David Chapman was a fan allegedly of John Lennon and had like gone there a bunch of days in a row and got autographs and he John Lennon signed something for him. But I mean, like we were talking about MK Ultra and the ability to program people. How easy would it be to just someone who you program and be like, look, if you're a big John Lennon fan, right? Go there every single day and ask for an autograph, and then you just send a hitman in there to take him out, and then just blame this guy. There are no cameras. Nobody knows what happened.
Word.
Poor dog. So
I
what? What?
thought he wasn't shot in like the street or anything.
He was shot outside the Dakota in New York City. Um, it was like on the sidewalk.
Oh,
Let me check that though. I've never seen anybody like build a 3D model of it, and I don't think they want you to. Was it on the sidewalk? It was like near the steps of the building. Yes, John Lennon was shot on a sidewalk outside the Dakota. His apartment building in New York City. The attack occurred in the archway entrance of West 72nd Street, where Lennon and John Yoko. I said stairwell, but I meant like the entrance. Um, where Lennon and Yoko Ono were walking from a car to enter the building. Mark David Shepard fired the shots at close range as Lennon passed by on a sidewalk. He collapsed. He collapsed just steps from the entrance. Um, well, I mean, Yoko was there, so she saw it. But I mean, they also can program these guys to do shit. That's what that whole thing was at Harvard and fucking McGill, and we read about it. I literally like last time you were here, we read about it, and they would like keep these guys awake and force them to listen to shit and reprogram their brains. Dude, I fucking hate when you're here. And here's why. Because I like talking to you so much that I'm up all night and it fucks up the rest of my day.
yeah, no, I'm selling him.
Why don't you? This is a serious question. Why don't you come earlier?
I think I think it was well, it's really don't want.
I know. Why don't you come at like 6?
I was at pickleball.
How is that?
I woke up like 4 and then I went to pickleball and get a game.
Woke up at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
What kind of animal are you?
I was talking to like 60, so
Yeah, I know.
I fell asleep at 7 and it's like it's already 7 a.m. So
I get them. Um, yeah. So you should just start coming in earlier. I like talking with you a lot, and but like it just drains me the whole fucking next day. Like today, I'm thinking about just staying up all fucking day and working on the bots on Twitch, just to try to figure out the notification system. But I don't know. I mean,
Like, there's gotta be some. Hey, there's junk mail that I receive in my mailbox that I don't consent to receiving, but it still enters my mailbox.
do you mean your spam mail or your like?
You know, like my physical, actual mailbox.
Yeah. At least in the United States, most of how the post office makes any money is they just contract with advertisers to deliver that shit in your mailbox.
So if the post office is scamming me and I can't opt out of it,
That's
that
correct.
should be over.
It should be. Yeah, that's correct. So they do this thing where well you can always say, at least in the United States, return to sender. But like in the United States we'll get like uh they don't do it so much anymore, but they still do it with stuff. Like I don't know, let's say Best Buy is having a sale. Well, Best Buy will go to the USPS, the United States Postal Service, and say, "Hey, we're going to be having this sale, and we want you guys to deliver these uh, flyers, and we'll pay you, I don't know, $100,000 to do it in this city." And then the Postal Service says, "Cool," and then when you get your mail, you get this random junk mail with it. I didn't fucking ask for this. Who's sending me this? And it's just like,
So I partner with a product, offer this post office a percentage of sales, and then get the post office to spam a bunch of product with Rabbi Rothschild Discord and runs mail.
yeah, I mean, it's just about money. You know, like
How many followers do you have by spam mailing?
oh man, like let's say we send out a million pieces of mail. I bet I would get 10 times, like not a lot. Like you're asking people to take a physical, like they're not at their computer by default because they're at the mailbox. So then they have to like look me up on the phone and then follow me on something. Like, that's a lot of work. The thing that I've learned and like it should make sense. One of the difficulties that I encounter is that I ask people to social media hop. Basically, hey, follow me. You're on one thing. You're on Twitch. All right. Well, I want you to beat me in Discord. Like that means you have to have a Discord. You have to trust the link. You have to have enough like uh, enough interest in what I'm doing to go check me out. There are a lot of things. One thing that I can't stand, and I think this should be in a legal practice, and it was supposed to be in the state of Florida, but their fucking stupid ass governor vetoed it, was it was supposed to be a law that made shadow banning people illegal. So like this bullshit that Twitch does, where they're like, sometimes they'll send you the notification, but sometimes they'll just mute the notifications from people depending on the age of your account and all that other shit. They weren't going to be able to do that. If you sent a notification or if you sent a follow, it was going to have to be a notification, even if you did it 100 times, because you weren't going to be able to shadow ban people. But they basically bribed that fucking governor and it didn't go through. Even though the state passed it, the legislature said that just pisses me off.
I have a free promotion.
What's that big?
It'd be on Reddit, potentially other
Hold on.
places.
Stop right there.
But
Stop right there. I'm fingerprinted on best wishes. But let me just hear.
I just heard this guy who was, he had some online business. I forget what it was, but there were some Google products that he was also using as kind of part of the business, and so he would go into all the different threads or subreddits that were related to it, and it was pretty do a stealth shield post where instead of just blatantly plugging his product, you'd be I was having this problem with this thing, and then I used this Google tool for this, and then I found this other product called blah blah blah, insert my product here, and that totally solved my problem. Blah blah blah. Say a bunch of positive shit. Basically kind of try and trap people with cheese and their rats.
I get it.
Just engagement.
I get it. Mods are really big against that kind of self-promotions. Even if you do get it, and those work. I know, but it's more difficult. Like, you're selling a product, that's different than, hey, come to my YouTube. I see this done by girls.
Some bullshit reason that is allowing you just the entry way to post to a credit. That isn't technically self promotion. That's a loophole that still funnels people here, but through this other fucking channeling.
Right. No, I did that before my account got banned. I would post to gay subreddits, and not that I'm gay, but I guess they weren't gay. They were male feet lovers, and because I got a huge following of dudes who like my feet, and that would get them to come to my Discord. And I got the idea I got it because I was on Discord, and I was in a really big Discord, and I wasn't paying attention. But if you see where my cameras are, like, my feet are right in front of the camera. Not that I give a shit. It's just how I'm sitting, and I would get these thirsty gay dudes who would ask, like like want me to do shit with my feet, and I was like I'm not gay. But what do you like? Basically, I'm not gonna change what I'm doing. I'm just gonna sit here like this. This is how I'm gonna sit. So then I went on Reddit, and I was like, well, I see that girls do this all the time. What they'll do, and I'm in all these subreddits, so I see them, and they use repeat accounts, but they do it to promote their OnlyFans. So what they do is they'll have outfit of the day, and they'll go in and take a picture of their outfit of the day, but it's really to get people to click on their profile so that they go to their OnlyFans. And the moderators, exactly. So I did that.
You're laying the bait.
Exactly. So I wanted to do that in a way that I didn't have to be naked, and I knew these guys liked feet, and so I was like, okay, I'll try that, and it was super popular for something that I did, but then my account got banned, not for that, for spam for something. I don't even know what I spammed, but then it was okay, whatever. Then I had these guys on Discord who I got a bunch of them into this server because they just like looking at dudes' feet. And it's not like I was giving foot jobs or anything like that. I was literally just sitting there, just like I am right now, but they are just dudes who really like feet. And I wanted something that I could just exactly what you're saying, basically get them to click on my profile, and then they would go to my links, and it did work to some extent. But then I got fingerprinted by Reddit, and now Reddit does not if I create a Reddit account, it already comes up as spam, and it says that like I've yeah, dude. They what did they say? It's ban evasion, and Reddit more than any other platform I've ever used except for Yelp. Fingerprints a device and the user better than any. So what they do, so like let's say you use a VPN, they already know that it's a VPN. What's Tails of Life?
It's an operating system on USB that like people like on like direct web users creates like a fresh mix of like Linux or Windows.
So I haven't used that, but I have used the virtual machine, and I've used the Tor browser. Like that's pretty intense if you use a Tor browser and like different
Go on Reddit.
to go on Reddit exactly. And so
Go on Reddit for
yeah, I mean Tor works really well. It's just like a normal browser, except it doesn't like save anything. It's basically like going into incognito, but then also it's like having a VPN and it changes the window size. Like the things that a website memorizes about you, it memorizes the font packs that you have installed and your time zone and like all your cookies and shit if you're like you're not incognito. And so one time I looked this up on Yelp, I did a bunch of research on a company on Yelp, and Yelp has like 165 different ways to identify like users' behavior, like a user based on their device and all that other stuff. And I remember when Condé Nast, the company that bought Reddit, when they did that, people were like, "You're like Reddit is over." Like the way that you used to be able to do it is just create a new account. If you ever got banned, it would be no big deal. But they really put a kibosh on that. And then I started buying Reddit accounts. I mean, that's essentially what a virtual machine is, and they um, so like I basically have to use
there
it.
has to be a way. There has to be a way to like
Yeah, so
graph it.
yeah, so the best way that I found is I just go to somebody in Harry Potter around this time like 10 evening and ask them to post something for me, and they'll do it.
Yeah, but that's like not you can't be like, yo, my spam bot like post on their account.
Oh yeah, but spam bots don't work well on Reddit because the subreddits are moderated very tightly, and then all it takes is for them to uh, flag you, and then that goes in the queue for the admin team to look at, and then they'll ban you. And they can tell. They can tell that it's a virtual machine. They can tell if, like, based on your if you're using a VPN. They can tell if you're using a temporary email address. They can tell if you are. Um, there's something else. You have an email address. Well, and then I don't help myself. So I've done okay, and then like a lot of times I want to make the profile like connect like so that if you click the profile, you go to my link. Well, if you put my link in Reddit, it's flagged, so it takes down the whole account. So, like, if you put in linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, boom, it gets taken down. It takes down the whole website, the whole site. Or if you put in the discord.gg, whatever. It, like Reddit has those links flagged. So whenever I put them in, it bans the account. I'm not saying like I'm not saying that I don't have Reddit accounts that still work. I do, but I don't use them because I don't want them to get banned. Reddit is extremely difficult to uh, traverse once they
like have your shit banned. So like in my
You
case,
can't even follow individual people. It's just
no, you can,
so
no, you can, and you can message them, but like no one checks that shit. On Reddit. It's like it's a weird community. Most of the Reddit community, like I think I've seen statistics, more than 90% are lurkers. Only 10% are posters, and of that 10%, like 90% of them are lean heavily to the left.
why are you posting in like the technology or the separate?
I've done that. Oh, I've done that a bunch of times, and
Does it work?
so
Like, does your
a lot of times they say no self promotion.
is your profile picture like? I just
My profile picture is my license, and yeah, it's all join my Discord, and I'll be like, I stream it like they have like things like just like like new YouTubers or like small YouTubers. I'll go in there and I'll be like, follow my Discord, blah 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 blah, blah. And I'll post it. But like nobody looks at it. It's not a big server. You wouldn't get in like the interesting or the amazing with those really big subreddits. And like even like I've been in there and I've been like I've streamed my life 24/7, 365 for more than 1,000 days, and they'll be like no self promotion, or they'll say like your account doesn't have enough karma for this, or they'll say it's not relevant. Like I think it's amazing that I've seen my life more than 1,000 days, and other people may, but they consider self promotion, so they don't allow you to post there. Um,
that's why it what like I was going to say, hey, I think this is amazing. This guy's like seeing his life non-stop, even like study experiment.
Absolutely, you can do it. And I've had people in Harry Potter Obama Science Community do it for me, and I've had people do it in like Wall Street Bets and Kick and YouTube. And if I ask any of them, they always do it for me. If I ask nicely, and because they know I help them, and I go viral, they go viral, so they get that. But then you'll post something in there, and like I have a bunch of posts in there. Um, like here's how they do it. Like they haven't banned all my accounts, but the one like
But just regular, like, is there a way to just like, whatever talk about AI and
yeah. One time I did that.
experience promotion,
One,
just like no promotional, like
yes, one time I did that with. One time I did that with. One time I did that with anti gravity off the top of my head. I remember I did with anti gravity, and the anti gravity subreddit is really small, and they're like, "This is just ChatGPT." It's like nobody else has information on anti gravity. It's not like something that's really well known. Okay, so here's one that I got from a year ago.
your post has been removed for AI.
Yeah, exactly. Kick from a year ago. Rabbi Rothschild has done shout outs to the Kick community on social media for World Peace. So that's there. It's 6 comments. And people like write LOL. LOL, you self promo on every person's channel on Kick. Um, so you're the one who's been spamming that massive crap on most of the channels on Kick. Like, people know me. So then, like, another one, I have a bunch. Just a moment. Um, um, like XQC shouted out at 49:33 timestamp in Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. That's a streamer. Uh, Rabbi Moshe Rothschild sets Guinness World Record. This is a Jewish 3 years ago. So I mean, they let me post in Jewish, which is a really difficult one in which to post.
and it got 4 upvotes. And um, like sets a record for streaming for what? Hey guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today we'll be reviewing all the Shrek movies in order from most closer to least, which is somewhat accurate. Another thing, so this one was a year ago. Does anyone know what the deal is with the rabbi who spams chats? I didn't write this one, but I asked someone to write it for me so that I could get a little emotion going there. Um, I have another one in religion. Rabbi Rothschild sets Guinness World Record for streaming on YouTube. Congratulations, Rabbi Rothschild. That is 2 comments. I have, like,
Does your profile like they can't ban yourself or you just start having like a profile and ban that promote your disco, right?
they can't. They banned. Yeah,
Seriously?
dude, I got banned from the Kill Tony Discord because they said no conspiracy related material. I didn't even say anything. I just got that for my fucking name. And that was one I really wanted to be a part of. I love Kill Tony. I literally didn't say anything. I just joined it and I got banned. And it just said that. Somebody just went in and saw that
Can't protest that.
they don't have a appeal, or maybe they do, but it was already like, dude, I didn't even say anything. I just joined the fucking. Just here's another one. 3 years ago, sub for sub. Rabbi Rothschild breaks Guinness World Record for hours live stream. That was 3 years. Another one like there. I have and the thing is, I have. If they showed the band accounts that I have so many more of these, like 10 times as many. But they got banned. Here's one. Neon, who's a streamer. This was 10 months ago. Neon shut it out at 49:20 timestamp and Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Another one, Action Man, who's a streamer. This is like in his Reddit. Action Man shut it out at 49:53 timestamp and Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Here's one for Feet Boys. Rabbi Rothschild is accusing some rabbis of eating through rabbi socks. So even though this is in like a gay feet Discord subreddit, I accuse the wives of rabbis for doing it because I'm still straight as fuck. And like that's how desperate I got. I mean, I just was trying to see what worked. I tried a lot of shit. I did Pussy, who's a streamer. Shot it out at 49:33 timestamp and Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Breaking news. This was from YouTube Drama. Steak owner at Steak Eddie, owner of Kick, called out at 14:04 timestamp when Kick streaming fails. Another one from Pussy.
Reddit?
I did send that when I kicked Reddit, and the mods took it down.
Did you make a post in the kid Reddit about how the
Yeah, I did, and they took it.
was like, how they're bad that they like sent them like the fuck you thing.
Oh, that was on Twitter. No, I didn't do that one. I would have if some of this like they take that stuff down. Oda Block shot it out at 49:40 timestamp with Warren Ravenroth. And like when I say this, that's in the Oda Block Discord. This isn't just me like putting it. Or I keep saying Discord, Reddit. This isn't me just putting it anywhere randomly. This is in like that users or that influencers subreddit. Let's see here.
Maybe. Oh yeah.
Burger Planet shot it out at 50:32 timestamp in Orient Rabbi interview. These are the ones that just stuck, like that stayed. Westfall, shout it out at 4920 timestamp. Um, so I do have a lot of these that Steak Eddie. Okay, so this is just the streamers one. Steak Eddie, owner of Pit, called out at 14404 timestamp when Pit stream platform sign up there is apparently. But then you go to it and the video is unavailable because that account got taken down. But you can still find it. It's available. So that's a YouTube promotion. Same thing. Spaghetti. Uh, let's see here. I'm gonna find one more. You get the point. I tried, and it's not that it doesn't. It's like it's difficult to get shit to stay. Oh, I have gotten it to stay. And then what's hilarious, and I think like where there's more money in this than anything is you or ChatGPT and all these large language models use Reddit to build their databases. So then they're when they write about me, they get their shit from Reddit. So like a lot of the things that they see is really positive. He talks about world peace and all these other things. But then they'll use a single term that somebody made about me in a comment. Like some users state that Rabbi Rothschild is a digital boogeyman. Like just because somebody wrote boogeyman in 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 like a comment, like it's like you can just tell how it kind of makes things up. I will say this though, most large language models like they only have really positive things to say about me. Um, like I'm sure that they could put anything about me, but they're generally very positive about me. Like and accurate as fuck too. Um, oh, this is it. So now you want to make a good business. You're always looking to make businesses. This is a business. This is a fucking brilliant business. You ready for this?
Okay.
It is reputation management with a specific emphasis on AI. So what am I saying? If you get reputation management companies now, what they'll do is let's say you did something bad, they'll make a bunch of fluff articles about you so that when you go to the Google results, you get on page two, and like nobody checks the Google results on page two, and that's the goal. So what you do is, like, let's say you wanted to write good stuff about yourself, you would just have articles published about you, and then AI takes those articles, and then when it builds your profile, it only has really positive things to say about
I don't know how like Google page results work, but don't they like require credibility to get like higher up on money?
you. Well, so like, all you do is like make a YouTube video and put in the description all the positive shit you want. And YouTube is like the strongest fucking thing for Google. Or you create like a Google blog. That's a really strong one. Or you post in TikTok. That's a really strong one. Like it uses social media and picks from that shit first and puts that stuff at the very top.
So, I guess never really said it before, but it seems like you're helping potentially criminals cover up their
No,
potential.
like
Or Time Noswell, you just said how much you advise Time Noswell earlier.
I
Time Noswell comes to you, hey, use a bunch of AI garbage to make sure you know. So I was despicable tweet I did.
wait, and he did that. And he did that, or had somebody do it, or somebody did it, because there's a bunch of fluff articles in there about unimportant tweets that he wrote about. But the ones that are really disgusting, you have to really dig to find. Okay, well, here's an example. Let's
There
say,
you go. So isn't that like make the business kind of unethical?
oh, it's completely unethical, but the media is completely unethical. I mean, it is. Like, Reputation management is somewhat unethical. Uh, Public affairs are unethical. Um,
What do you
uh,
mean by public affairs?
like someone who is like you pay them to do um, to like get you on like an agent to get you on television shows and to get you on the radio and things like that. You're basically
Doing this unethical?
in
I
many
mean,
ways
if you're forcing
in many ways you are. Basically, why is your opinion better than anybody else's? Why should you be heard and not anybody else? Like the only reason why you're doing it,
instead of everyone.
you have more money and more influence. So like a big one is PR. Like people have PR managers and public relations. Public relations were invented by Sigmund Freud's nephew. His name is, if I don't fucking remember his motherfucking name, I'm gonna be really sad. I'm tired, and that's why I can't remember. But it started with cigarette companies wanting to sell were cigarettes, but at the time women didn't sell cigarettes. So his name is Edward Bernays. So what he did was have a like a big parade, and in the parade he had a bunch of women smoking, and the banner that they had was "Torches of Freedom." So he equated smoking with female independence, and overnight, the amount of people who smoke in the United States doubled because essentially because before it was only like a male-dominated thing, but then it became male and female. Does that make sense?
Arches of freedom.
Yep. Look it up. I say normally I don't do this as much, but I say to you, does that make sense? Because a lot of times we cover topics, and I need to make sure you understand it before I move on to the next one. All right.
No, it makes sense. But, it doesn't make sense. I think it does make sense.
And I don't always do that with people. It is subconscious, like in sociology. A lot of times people say, "Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know what I mean? You know what I mean?" They say that subconsciously. And it actually shows a lack of confidence in what they're saying. Like maybe I'm not explaining it well enough, and I don't do it like that. It's because I go from one sometimes complicated topic to another complicated topic, and they build on each other. And if you don't understand it, it tells me that um, I have to review what we went previously to understand it. Like I did.
That's a good check.
Yeah, no, it is.
Like, check.
And I don't normally do that with everyone, but because we cover so many topics, I'm keeping myself more of it. And a lot of times because they're financial related or whatever. Like there was one we were talking about tonight, and it was like I was talking about influencers or something, and you were like, how does one thing work? Or like, how would that work? And then okay, whatever. Question on it takes people. Okay, so public relations. So if you're like, isn't that immoral or whatever, or unethical? Look, the person who coined the phrase public relations, he's Sigmund Freud's nephew. And he developed an entire industry on public relations. There was another one I learned this recently. Um, with whom was it? Okay, so during World War One, when the Americans, so like basically went to war in Europe, the commanding officers were finding that the troops were not shooting at the other side. They didn't want to kill anybody, They didn't have that like cutthroat uh, instinct, and so Hollywood, which was in its infancy then, even in like silent films, started romanticizing shooting people in the movies and made it like he would be a hero. If you will. So that once World War II rolled around, all these guys wanted to kill the other side. But during World War I, they did not want to do that. It was still, they still saw the other side as, um, like people. And so they used, the mass media and specifically the movie industry to be able to change them. Other things with public relations, a lot of them were smoking related. Um, but like, and I think that's just because that's been studied. It's pretty easy. Like, literally, like, there's this idea that like everyone has a desire subconsciously to kill themselves. Um, not like, not like suicide, but like just being like daring and like taking a risk. And like cigarettes had to do with that. Or, well, here's one: toothpaste. At least in the United States, it says on our toothpaste, if you swallow more than a pea-sized amount, you're called poison control. Yet when you look at any toothpaste commercial, it shows like an inch of toothpaste on the brush, and it has like a little swirl on it, like an ice cream cone. Yet, if you were to swallow that, even 1/5 of that, they would say that you need poison control. Like, but they just like program people. And so to get back to your earlier point, isn't like public relations immoral or unethical? Yeah, to some extent. Um,
Yeah, I know I'm fascinating. That's how I fascinated about
okay, before you go, and I will let you go. What's going to happen with the Charlie Kirk sniper? Well, what are they going to say? Is it just going to be never solved? Are they going to find for Patsy? What's going to happen?
here's something like we found somebody or not in finding them, but the real killer got away here.
Oh,
Like if they don't have him out, he's go.
yeah, they're not going to come out and say,
This dude's secretly just it's just like no,
right. Yeah, I mean,
never doesn't happen.
right. They got these guys. Like they never would say like, "Oh, it was a rogue military operation." And they're not going to admit to any of that shit. Never. They're okay. So yeah, it has me. Uh, boy, I don't really know, but I think that it will either be they never find the killer, or they find the killer and find it on some fucking. I mean, I guess what other alternative would there be? Um, I'm not exactly sure, but
I'm we'll see if there's anything tomorrow, but have a good sleep and good discussion. Sorry, we should
take care of it.
I gotta dedicate this one to Zoots.
You should. Peace.
And here's my very amazing shit. I don't know Muslim on that Arab, but the Muslim on all the Arabs. I know this from Shaw. Shaw brought out trying the money. And Shaw tried to bring me down. She says, I tried this, I tried that. But the religions I tried to prove it to it. So I didn't even know what that show was for them. Because the show tells them tomorrow, you go to battle, you kill your children. It will be vital. So, in other words, the show was for the saying that shows that the fear of Hashem, the Gemara that it wasn't the Gemara that said it was Hashem, that it's the fear of Hashem. The word tells us that they wanted to institute that we should take precious bullock because precious bullock has the possible precious of the angel loving. The possible could also include the blessing of Hashem of God. The reason why they is very low. So you also can say because you stay up why do we say the parsha of tzitzis what they do is amazing concept. All mitzvahs. Was hard to tell mitzvahs. It's right. It's right. The word I read of that shouldn't think about meals. Not related. Say that you shouldn't think about miracles. Not excited comes to think about a Mizarah. Says the mission. Even though any time is not a time for census, nevertheless, for those who desire homes, they should say the partial census. Why? Because it says the possible that the school is the same. All the days of your life. You may have the days you may have an extra call me, but you should say, but then I can fuck it up. Only may have those things include. Yeah, we're also going to say the parsha of census being wonderful. Is that few people? The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, will he mention Israel? Though it's slightly unique compared to how we mentioned today, the main focus is going to be on the Kabbalah from Goy as the Prophet said. And it's a Chadash, the beginning of the Kabbalah. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the Kabbalah that much. First, they bumped into a wolf, and it's a great story to tell his friends. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets his first story, second story of the lion. And he bumps into a snake. It's about the other two stories. All he tells people is how he was saved from a snake. We heard a snake. The lion is going to be so busy with the people of the Gemara, they're going to forget about all the other movies that they had. You can't just work with Yaakov looking at the snake. So look at Yaakov, we used to look at every day. That's really because he walked for himself. Yaakov was giving Yaakov accuracy. And everyone comes, the Torah tells us, do not call him Avram. Therefore, the name is Avram, which means the mother of his nation, after being the father of all nations. It's their result. Let him have today. Change the name, call him Avram. What is Sarah? There was Sarah, princess of our nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Torah tells us that Avram will be this will be a common, but he didn't tell us. So therefore, we call her Sarah. We're not over. Then we finish the first parak of Shas. To finish all the proper Shas together. Second mission. The Sefer was fixing something for you. And what you can separate the words yourself, and you fix. You know, if you had the same word, then he's not doing separation. He had it, he knew he was doing it. Then he's going to walk like the man says. It's my sister, and then you have the Kavana, you get to the mitzvah of creation. You are going to discuss it. Different cases, somebody hands. Everybody agrees that the place I'm spreading the guy is a bad way. You know, it's not the same thing. And answer is a new creation. Yes, I don't mind. So, between trouble, let's see what that means. You're allowed to report to me. You're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if it's honoring. In the middle of the case, according to a mayor, you're not allowed to answer. And according to me, you're allowed to answer. What is made up from? Rubber means between two brothers. Between the second brother and the most between the partial language is weird. It's a Chinese language. Rabbi says, no, said, so what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says, not like this. You must hear the words coming out of your mouth. You don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. Every one of the door before you learn that if you mix up the words, Shema in and Shema, you're not going to have to be in your. Rabbi learned that with a name, kind of. Where do you have that? One of the that in order to be able to, you don't have that. You're like, you're three minutes just for fun. Therefore, that's not a lot. That's what you guys get. So a person just like the first puzzle, and he had some. The rest of the people, he says, really is. You must say the first three sukkah as it says, and therefore, in other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you like to preach you must stand still in order to have. You're going to hold the entire first version. You must have come out because it says, and therefore, holding, stand still, say the whole first version. So you have what it says, not the whole then until that point, you have to read it and done, you can just read it without should have known, but if you don't, you got to. What about the fact that the second version says, Malavat, seemingly, so you know that your village, yeah, should be kindness in your heart. You also hold. Up until that point, you have that past point, you have to have the mother. And the words of Daber, which us that we're talking about, you must teach your children Torah, so that children get born and learn. Certain Torah, they say that if you are like in that knowledge, it's very hard to do that. You're not easy. Money, I refresh up as long as you don't see this has fun. If you say quickly, it might sound like a shop. You shouldn't do that. Whenever I go sort of curious, saying the word of funds very, very long. She's like, listen, the only thing you have is the thing in your head. Like you focus one. It's Shemayim in the Aretz and in the four prophets. There's no need to be like Rabbi, morning teacher. We had no time to say preacher when he was actually taught from preacher. So what you do is care about his face and just say, so it's possible to Israel. And the machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire preacher. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say something that very seldom talk about Israel. Either because one, he would say it's Israel, or one, he must say it's Israel in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Roughly that valid. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a young share that's the training, but Ishmak, usually search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi or at least Lansky. Yourself one video process over 1,000 views per share. You learn in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you let it pass until somebody kind somebody can answer. Since the Gemara, if you can do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you can do that in Halal, which Halal is only the Rabbanan in Kriya Shema. There is so no Halal is saying so. Nevertheless, you can compare the Kriya Shema. Now, Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying that Halal is meaning you have to say then you can only say over to somebody may not probably 20 paragraphs. And that's the only time. However, if you're saying half a house in Rothschild, then let's say go to somebody answer them in the middle of the narrative. Second, Rabbi, no. stressing that nowadays is people understand that you're not going to enter the middle creation. So we don't have this concept of illumination to allow us in regard to tasting food. Tasting food is also obvious. And it's on the kind of place we're talking about. There are a lot of things that on a fast day, since you accept the fast, you accept the fast, you won't be benefiting from it. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a profit. It's also to get up, go to your friend's house and say hello to them before you die. That would be a good mood. You hope that your friend reacted to you for something else. Then somebody should say hello to him. It's also take care of business or personal things before God. Imagine the same. This applies to me as well. It's kind of tougher to look at emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The course is everything they go. As we talked about this conference, I'll take care of my business after davening. It's Rothschild who takes care of his business. The Lord says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, it's a crime. He's considered wicked. For the sake of us, we learn that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, hopeful of Torah, that they will all getting destroys during that day. We had a Machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered Mir Kunda? There's Machlokes between the Shema, MS, and the Figatza. Is that considered between the two? It says that's not. So you're not allowed to stop. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elohim MS. So it's one continuation. But the point is, what the person says that the Shema Hashem Elohim MS. Does he have to repeat the word MS again? You must repeat it again. With the Rabbi, you don't repeat it. It's a very interesting logic. Rabbi heard someone say, "Should I make MS?" MS means I said, MS for MS, passing by. It's got grabbing on to every step, doing the right thing. There's a lot of things. Once you start parsha, that is my rhythm. If you start, you must finish. According to Rabbi, what does it mean to start? He's saying there is no vision. That's it. Once you get the whole parsha, you get the whole parsha. That's not the start. And therefore, if you just say that, that's everything. And go with Hashem and pay commandments. But it says that after you start, you say the beginning. And therefore, that means that you finish. And that's when you finish the entire parsha. Rabbi says that you say the third parsha, you have to say, Emes V'Or. But if you don't, this is a virus. Then you have to say to the third parsha, you say, why do I have to walk Hashem? Should you say where it's trying to say it's trying with something ridiculous slavery? Well, see some of these things like, oh, he tremendously surprised by the order, but shut a lot. And we say to you, what do we say to you? Micha, what do we leave Hashem? And then he would have to die. The way the guy is wrong. Not only is the parsha of Shema, all of Shema, that's why we say it first. But the parsha of Shema has three concepts. Lamed, Lazot. This has the possibility to that these people have learned Torah. Lamed, I can teach others, but not the Lamed. And Lazot is to do with the action. I'm sure putting together the stuff in the right results. And that's why it's before by Shema. Every Shema only has the Lamed, the concept is Lamed. The Lazot is, again, who's after? Which is, and I see it says Rashi, but they don't even have the words. Put on full it, and then creation. The God said there's no writer for it. That's because the reason why the Torah before creation was one of the time of creation. Bring the story for a different reason. To say that we had about 40 years when you see Richter, or you see the opposite in the Torah. He's supposed to be he's integrated with another person, and they can switch off. When you come out of the grave, and comes before creation of the world. During this creation, actually the strength of also working on performing the mitzvah. You're not doing the mitzvah as you're meant to be. Emotional, as if somebody running on without bringing them in. Sophia, and or Zlatan, so that wonderful day. Mervyn says, this is a bold entirety. First, watch the sacred creation, and then that spare. Not only that, we're tight first for sacred. Has but as on the other hand, water, like trap. First, there's water. Project that person here is over here. It wasn't much stronger. Tanakama said, it's up. It's almost complicated. Five different prices and rights. You must know what you have. Don't hear what you're saying. Starting initially saying it without hearing it in your ear. You don't hear it. Not young. All the military happens to be all the military says only so you have these three following factors. You have that's third right side. Says must in your ear. Rabbi Yosef said, a price of a person who's deaf. One price that will be going according to Los Venezaria. You are trying to say that perhaps he says so this price and speak heart and that will be and final did so
Yo, how are you? What's going on, Red? Red, what did you find out about me? Red, can you hear me? Red,
You know English? I can go fuck yourself.
It's gonna be a good day. A turn to what's happening now is presented by the days are back. A turn to what's happening now is proud to introduce you to HelloTuesday.com. Mobile devices and spreading your brain.
Come on, Debo Samuel. Come on. He's my mom.
It's a beautiful motherfucking night. Enjoy this. Please sign it. Yes. Again, my brother, Mr. Ralphie, man. Everybody in the town, raise no motherfuckers around Ralphie, man. My fucking sleep machine breaks. 6 o'clock. Fucking woman. Sure. Radio. So let me not deal with this. With these dudes from Atlanta. I'll come jokes, questions, or if you want to bang and you're in a fight, I got you covered. I'll be way more laughs than he would. Like, if you want to spend the money, it's there. But man, my fans are coming in the way down. You guys are fucking showing up. That's like you. Right? cut the check. I want to have more chances to win a free vacation. I know that you're here's the real thing. So what are you swiping? So fucking red shut up. She thought he went and he asked her. That's why you get mad. When was the last time you had any other? I have a street name, Shell White. You think I'm the first one? To get behind the of a comedian, 3 times in his ass, his mouth, a slow kind, so they think they can kill it. Alright, he's a fucking pestilence on fucking humanity. I get over it. wearing about this. She said, so the women goes, I can't do that. Women, white people, also position. Early in the morning, concerned and therefore he doesn't say he says your father I've been Sammy. Effect is saying it with your mouth. Has the same effect. They got so they got so because of that, HBO, neo-Nazis and under the fucking jail.
About Kerry, right?
Stop sweating.
After you feel good about it.
I hate running. I have short legs. I can't even walk next to people. You took it from a fucking the greatest of all time. It's all right now. Now we have. What was that? Down the strip. I mean, sandwiches, yeah, I fucking I'm like, yeah. I'll bring you to Jesus. Cheddar cheese. truth is, you fucking let out that bullshit. Concentrate on the yellow. Last 20 minutes. How you doing this? That's what makes me funny. If you try to do it, it's funny. You're next. I saw the fucking 2017. Come on, anytime in town. Dude.
It's a huge thing for my wife and I. She gave me bread. Yeah, listen to Mike's. What it says that is awesome. Even if there's weather they took it to the ER. They said, "Oh, it's a virus." It was an abscess, sinus. He was in ICU for had to have surgery. You got hard. You have to be tolerant. Say the recovery. Anyways, so close to the doctors don't give it to look, terrified. So, let's give him antibiotics anyway, just to make sure. He had a fever. Oh my God. Choice money. Until 4 hours. Gets the double. In fact, that is interesting. It wasn't. Okay, mama's still okay. What? 6 months later, 8 months later, going through and going, like, I don't know, it's one of the city. I don't know any place. I'm gonna put JFK on the and I'll get off. Right, I'm on the time, I'm on JFK, and then boom, right in that thing. I gotta say hello, tell them that they'll come guys. They said hello. They go on the hashway. And later I get my road. So I was shooting. She goes, I heard you little rice pudding. So here, take a bigger thing. And she gave me extra rice pudding. And one of those, the fucking chips that they had to do. They chips. That was the ones. Usually when you were talking with that pizza, and they this is the best pizza. Like, you can play with me, I can keep you there.
We said that we would be playing around, and well, no, we still we just
So you might stay black. Anytime you are joyful, have that fear. Those are rabbis, the high and white. This isn't possible. You're all I'm here. Feel it. Check. Understand. The whole is I'm a listener. I'm a listener. It's most people be sad. It's for me sad. What should laughing, joyful, step up, creating children. Yeah, full day. Hold up. This podcast is brought to you by present church against episode. It's tremendous. Number two, the slaughter choice. Great shame and a great price. And we live it right to your door. Dollar Shave Club. And right now, Dollar Shave Club is like giving you a deal of a lifetime. And you'll remember the first month of executive raises. Dollar Shave Club. $75 with free shipping. Go to dollarshaveclub.com. Church. Number two, please stay. You can so why does it work? Dealing with them without go to demands instead. Right now, today, use my name. Right now, and Project Go. Happy Tuesday. I'm just everybody else. My ex-wife, she proved it, and I didn't care. Just got back from Denver. It's great. The weed was good. The smoking was good. Not to cook up. I can't lie to you. You know, he's been with the feeling okay. He is the best. I've been trying to get him out there, and I tried to get him a hotel room. That was so good. I've been trying to get him to Vegas, and I want to get Tammy. I'm not dead. Outside of town, 10-minute drive is a 3-minute drive. You know, it's That's ways like it's funny. You just say so like my classes have reunions and they don't invite me. And all of them from class to Arkansas that's I don't know, on TV, specials, Netflix, stand up comedy. And we're not gonna have it. It's so great. You know, this is a couple of years ago, in 2010, so I did not have them come and give the graduation speech. And the work in school, so here's what we learned. Right back in the middle school, right before the line, the car shined up, ready to go back, like a nice 2 days before. And one of my old buddies called me up and down, dog, and here is going to talk. Alright, the kids wanted me and they invited me and I accepted. So it's like the whole thing cost me like $60,000. Like, holy motherfucker. It's just like, why do you want to let me be there? So that's why maybe somebody in Clarksville, Arkansas that's a fan of them. My buddy, Dirty Sanchez, he's Nicky is right there on the one we used to play with this white guy, hillbilly, hillbilly. I got 1990. Years. Having a reunion. When we 300 million where are you from? Okay. Sudbury. I know Sudbury. Oh yeah. That I did come at one time. It was owned by Nix. So I said that I think so. That's great. Yeah, I never had it. I drove. $1,000 and his mom, they got a liver eye. That was not there was no backup plan. You know, people. Everybody agrees. Yeah. We're the Lashon of matter. I have been shown that people in the laws like is I can't believe that was I don't think I did. Those are and that's what it's like. That one. Everything's Wait, look. Thursday, Friday, Saturday to Sunday. On your way, make your profit. Take it out, bro. It's all fun. Profit. Your body. I still do. You got minutes. Let's say you start Tuesday through Saturday. It's 5 days. How you achieve what you I want to just stay and rehab 2 days. now was 3 hours ahead of it. Not being able to breathe for a couple of days. No sleep. It was a problem. I couldn't sleep for 9 days straight. I was in ICU. I had this thing breathing. I couldn't go to sleep. And so they stuck it stuff out of my lungs. It was and that's why I can't sleep with both my shoes because I went to the hospital. I have a hard time sleeping because I don't know like when you go die. Right? So that's why I take the pills now I'm sleeping. basketball.
I grew up with people that say shit. That's always acceptable. Come back 2 weeks later. Shit like that. Myself, I'm fighting. I'm just talking about like him. It's crazy. Fast leaving. You have no idea.
Just starts. That's the way. said when that last what's happening here that you can do right here. It's like you know what to be out there. So back in the day, my godfather. This time, I think about how good they are. The skill, my godfather. So I don't know what happens. He was up at the it was ugly. It was Rabbi. You know, I went like, I don't even know what showcase. Fuck yeah. It's fucking great. Still running. I had a former that I was a comedian in 1996. Okay. Toyota Forerunner. It's 21 years old. It's got half a million miles on it. And it's still going. It's still going. If you have anything, because I tried it so much that the world can shine it so much. What the fuck is going on? So yeah, I had it. It was great. Thanks to the back. It's like that cool. You know, so fucking Wesley. I just went in there and fucking whatever's all over the place. Good parking spot too. Good parking spot. Right here, showcase. Yes, they were all fast. This is serious. And I'm so bad that I don't know my warm ups. So I'm always trying to fuck everybody thought I was trying to play the don't make it fit. I ended up I got them for free. Don't make it I still got it. I still got it. Yeah. You know, it's still some of my favorite shit to wear. I fucking love it. It's great. I don't know what happened. They were so good. So I'm so I did it. And I got picked as a sponsor a bunch of I was on a magazine car shows around the country. And I got them to sponsor that. So she's with Anna Fairbanks. Okay, when they made Danielle places. And they were selling out. I put them in my video. I went to Iraq. I won Big Daddy. They make shirts that can breathe so much. It's 135 degrees in my titties. They were like, you know, it was great shit. got in contact with this he jumped into it. It's so bright. It's like really super close. And I can't find Harris last week. Thursday, 10 o'clock. Thursday, Friday, 10 o'clock. Then I'm in San Antonio and LOL. And it's like 3 weeks. But I'm going to be also coming back here next Sunday and Monday and Tuesday. Hang on, kids and make it. And then next week is one of the days I won't be around. I don't know, maybe anyway. So they get to the place. When we go back to that Italian place I told you about, it's a little Italian. Tony's Italian. That's what I wanted. You know what you would do is you would stay in your car, like, okay, and you can sleep in your car until it's 2:30, 3 o'clock, you get there, take the hotel room, okay, and you would stay there for 24 hours. Alright, which basically maybe you got 2 days or something like that. Because you went there early, you stayed in your car, you stayed out, you slept in your car, that's what I would do. And then you got free breakfast. Fuck them up on a free breakfast. Oh my god, I make CLTs left and right because I stole them. CLTs, fruit, fucking staying there. They had afternoon thing. Get up in the morning, fucking eat a whole bunch of it, go do it. You only have to do one night actually pay for it. But you go pick it up, do a spot in, Oklahoma City, Austin, fucking around for something. Manager was a woman. showcase. Somebody being it's like we have that was like just your fucking it doesn't want to fuck you okay feature but oh my god God damn it guys and you just like these are things that but it was all hey, I need help you know so you know create southeast you know family Okay, and twice as much time. And that's why you find a guy shoveler now you're 5 miles an hour. So you just double the time so you don't sleep. And you get a Gatorade. And so the Gatorade bottle is
Take the chance to try.
yeah, so much. Yeah.
Anyway, it gets that. Oh my God.
Sleep. Rice Krispies. Really doesn't matter.
Blackjack, you have a good time, drink pretty good booze, make got great restaurants, the road Chris steak. I want you to come out and get full. Listen, I got 5 members and I'm ready. That's full. All right, I'll put it. These are good guys.
There's no fucking. Back in the God bless okay, take it. Ivan Harris, Friday. Come on, you guys are great. I love you. I promise. Okay, come on, fine. building of let's say by the way, said Rabbi Alahar finish it off. Where would you show? Rabbi never told was it now? Where is it? Over there, it's not strong. Otherwise, teach us something more. There's no zero. You might as well. Yes. What you're slamming. Person forgets secrets. Remember, Probably there was bringing the 2% rate. Possibly you that's that's because you are for a lot. That's for the minimum. For that, Shalom. Misha. Also, would rather not do it. Rothschild. Absolutely. When I love everybody, doesn't matter why you're getting yourself separate groups and other groups. There's one zero. That's not diluted. No, number of dudes never ate anything. Shot. Over here, once the original even for you makes the discussing regardless if they do why does that respect roughly make better why for a long step program should have taken one over this as long as not make a bracha. The only time you can make a bracha is afterwards. But a person who's if the water your intestines, the paper, grab whatever that paper things need a thing. It's terrible like that. Drink the wine variety, that's spit out because that is not that variety. You should spit it. Therefore, you should spit it from the a very well. That's what it said. You should be careful. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody to wash your hands to wash your hair. Otherwise, it makes it dangerous. Gates of just river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there. If you can't, something, you grab a pill. How long is that? You should wash it inside, you should wash it outside. You should use it. Just for or some are even back in old. Try to stay. Another 12 off, as the Gemara says.
according to the system, make a bracha on the wine. Then wipe your hands on your not on the table. That cup. Handle the summon them miracles. That makes sense. And the fact if he doesn't forget that walk away, that's some other if they according to base. The Mishnah said handle he said on exactly share it. He's referring to the letter. Kiddush, saying, that wine and challah. Wine is other. Kiddush. Wine comes first. It's two reasons. Obvious two reasons. A basketball that said before Rafa is not being based. Every person who has why he has to do it. And he wants to get a meal to see what they do. So the Gemara that he could eat before he was a multiple wife for the breakfast. It wasn't half a dollar. But what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does breakfast. Then he does there, then he does summon, and finally he does half dollar. Because there's no point to this was the point to be shot. I mean, what is it like to explode the shot? Not to be confusing, everybody agrees there are those who are and we're here, everybody agrees that they're the first. Please think the shot is so the hero. Say to someone, let me summon, that brings the moon. And in review though, everybody agrees that brings the moon is first. So this is only this there before the sun, some before there. If you look at this stuff over here, where do we see that some other comes first? Like we said in the verse, the only one that says that is generalized according to the order is you. See, only Allah equal to that first you do some Friday night, and then on the wine, here's the opposite. First the wine, difference between you get Shabbos, letting Shabbos, when Shabbos, make it as early as possible. First, and then but when Shabbos comes out, you want it to be long Shabbos, you go first, and afterwards, you do are you required to have a cup of wine for the food? They still say this. And Shabbos, two-way machlokas. Specifically, that it was a Shabbos you don't want to be part of the breakfast. The person about to finish his meal and brought he should make the bracha and come away and bring up wine before he touches. He see that for the Shabbos. But the Mishnah is only for it's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine. But
shady. Unless usually you go down one, I believe one glass of when it comes to liquid, take water. The person who's a fool is not liquid. That liquid comes to the and it turns the power only the right water to make it turn something else. That is shame. Therefore, you wash your hands on this day and then pour the cup of wine. When you pour the cup of wine, you wash your hands. The Shammai were concerned that the cup become the Shammai ruled that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside is coming out. Concerned that if your hands are okay, not one that will have no part of the cup. Your hands have liquid or that's the cup has the water that came off the top. Your hand is touches that water. That water will turn into a Rishon, which has the power to do the cup. And I'm allowed to use a cup. It's not easy. But we still see you're allowed to use a cup in the houses. My concern is that it's a big film. Your hands are going to be coming. You're not allowed to come here. That's why we watch the Nilsi Dai. So if the cup is coming, you wash your hands. You have to wash your hands. You can wipe your hands. So that moisture by touching the cup will become a Rishon. And that Rishon will make your hands a shame. That's the problem. Now we're not concerned with hands without water and not being either is a shame doesn't make another when you like put it into you what's the difference? According to Islam, the table is shaped and the bush is shaped. So there should be a difference, but there is put it on the table. I'm concerned because the moisture in the table will make a combination will make the table. I'm not concerned that my hands will become white. Plus, that is not something that we find in the Torah that that's not correct. It's nice. I'm concerned that your hands become tough. Therefore, tell people to not be ashamed of motivation. You know how to use a pickle as a shame for a shot. Therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your t-shirt. Another thing you find in Mishnah is before you wash your mouth. You have to clear the table first. John, are you allowed to use the shower? He doesn't pick up the water, he needs the breath. But the shaman, you are allowed to because you will, you're allowed to use shamash that's a mark. The difference is concerned that you might be large pieces and the water will come out for you to pull the money and pull those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned because the only way to those pieces. A lot of in this case, like the shaman, let's use the place we say that the shaman says, therefore, I reached the entire period. Allah is like basically, there's machlekes between the shaman and the use the liquid, the text, green, and black. What means right now is creating, or perhaps also means the text, and that's the language. We're doing this. That can be saying you throw oil creation doesn't mean creating, it means he created Jesus Christ. Therefore, says, because everybody will say, but like it says, the word fire, you mean that how many different colors does it have? You can do one. Okay, so let's fire good. Fire, right for that. Yellow, and what is that other color? And the lesson is that that law is good. Not allowed to use it from it. Because he did this with it during Shabbos, which is amazing. He did it from a law from Shabbos, use it from a law. Some of the guy, some sort of
On Shabbos, look at the hand where you see you're letting his rabbi. But candles lit before Shabbos and before Shabbos, you're letting his rabbi. But candles lit before Shabbos by Luke. And use on Shabbos for the good. Not letting you after Shabbos. A candle is a combination of a flame that existed before and then offering. And every second you regenerate it becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos the Kohen lights a candle from a tree, or the Jew lights a candle from a kohen, you're letting the rabbi render flame. On the other side, if you take a candle in Shabbos, hold it and place it in the domain, you're hurting because you take the old flame and move the old flame into the new domain. So why is it supposed to use the flame that light for another guy's candle? That's just like saying that we're going to use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame is made from light and converted into purposes heat and cold. Therefore, one sees a very huge flame coming out of a furnace. Well, the fact is, we get different purposes of stones for applying that we're doing a rough on it. So the chemical process, and they're using that light, that fire for light. It's multiple. What about the man in a shoulder? It depends. If it lit up again, honor of a person, then you can't use it for a if it's there for the caretaker, you know, there's a person there with the caretaker who uses it light, you could make a problem. And if it's a full moon, then the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for a bulb. They didn't go up to careful, especially for a bulb. Well, no, says everyone should see the for themselves. Because the one person makes the rope for everybody, that can cause it to make the just like if somebody sneezes in the basement, you won't say, unless you use it. Depends. If there was people doing the day longer, then you let use it for a long. But if you lighting it the way, then you do like a robot. Or do you have a fragrance? You want to counteract that smell or for the bathroom or for your having a robot. This person has perfume in a store because he wants to attract customers to bring a profit. A city that is mostly and a nice fragrance comes out of that city. Not making profit, it's probably the city. Therefore, in the city, and the minority of the women are there Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery and the minority of the Jewish will use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't kill the rabbis. And you have a minority that are the total will to be a majority of smell that's forth. If you smell that there's a fragrance that comes from the clothing, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit, that is another. There's two conditions when it comes to this illusion. First, you want to see the flame, and you must benefit. See the flame means it cannot be behind you, bent by the corner. The benefit is what Rabbi says you don't have to physically benefit. You can stand at a distance as long as you are passing it. And it's not being held. All you do is with the aleph. The Rabbi says, no, you must stand right next to it. And you should be diverging from the light at different points. Rabbi says that you don't have to search for animals. Let you search for as you can. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, come into the mission of the person who got the same break as someone else. And he walked away from the place that he ate. He doesn't have to go back. He doesn't have to go back. But it's similar to the Shabbos that he did it on purpose. Right? People still go back. What else? One was not like the Shabbos. He forgot to walk away. But he gave that. He's a burden with the pocket full. But still, another reason that we still put on the main If one person with substance, the body of the two are 72 minutes away, then the whole is totally. In that situation, you very little. In a small meal, then you're still thirsty for the meal, still thirsty, then you can mission those first word, before they go on. You can answer or obviously it's not trying to be anything because somebody finish whatever it is, because we only heard part of it, that's not what it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say it. If you hear what you heard, you can say, oh, what is that? Is it preferable to the music? Or is it preferable to the answer? Well, the Bible says it's preferable to that. It says, you can subscribe before the person that says, and the other system, it's like a war. You send it with less soldiers first, and then send it to the up. So the booking is that are the ones that are first in the rough over. That's it. The child was lady, or she reading it. It's like, okay, the Lord tells us very interesting things about his employee. He says that a person that needs to wash his hands, not there's a blue wash. That's not, you don't have to be careful. Money, it says that parents have there are 30 men, one should wash it. You know, she says her not. I don't know what's the love these. I don't know what's the fire. All I know about is the rest it says. Here I learned you should do men training. I can't find it for you. And I want to also get it says, you're referring you should use the palm of your hands. I mean, Hashem teaches us that you make us wonderful. It's not a brain. Your father's it means Baruch Israel, place where they come. It's the entire it's a mountains, hills, Baruch rain. Person builds a there's no use of davening. Definitely. It's a thus it's in the first place, Israel, Baruch, for instance, more things. This world, I know, when you ask your friend, you say, "Hi, how are you?" It's such a situation. You can bring a the congregation say, "I also say the bracha why did the width of the wall over that they hit it? They don't hit there. Letting out all the mountain where they find normal. They realize control obligation means out of the man married borrowed emotional person. But you put it on it's still they put it the mountain off. Weekend, which are basically had it. He was able to top of you see exactly you see that say Floyd we basically that is the people desert. Who knows doesn't even other I love that. And he's leaving going me actually had Mazel was just somebody that's three people jealous hey,
I swear to but I go still Yes, but not. Some so that's why years old. If I was wrong, we certainly would. First, before we said, it's not the first thing, but like, you sure you're not selling out? You sure you want this job, but you don't come into this yourself? It's not like your business. Fuck. People that letters that you used to be see your places. So, the rest regarding first of all, the fast. A dream that the whole cipher is great. It's like delivering an answer. It's repetitive. That's special. Horror. Doesn't play with the dream. He's talking. Very long you're out. You're out. Has to understand the vote. I have to show him. Like, grab the thumb of the part of where the where is the like last one. And that's the thing is it's the same person tell everybody about it. After that, people should not the first day. Because somebody saying it says we say they're not. On the other hand, what sometimes I had the country. Let me show you that Beirut. Peasant for himself. He's doing education. Today and tomorrow. During the day. So smart. The Jews inserted something in his mind every day, and they dreamt about it. It says they said, Lord tells us about good interpretation. Didn't pay him. Bad interpretation. In the negative, with by two clubs. So like people are fighting and fighting. What? We're about to hit him again. He said, stop. That he's going to divorce his wife. And finally, Bravo paid him. Bravo, the fact that your name is going down means that you can have both property. My spouse will never know. It was a higher you're going to think, my house is full. You know, where that my feathers are it tells him that it says what about I had to remember that he said, why should I get seems jumps off the boat hurry to drop the rubber peak. So it says all dreams are interpreted based on the why do you interpret the dreams? What do you my children, my business? I forgive you everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the quarter of my wife. Head should split. This is very difficult. Then you said first let me go to goals. Those two
We've been to see him. I just let the series go. And I got the nights. You know, it was us. The dreams were no kids. Jaws. That means that the two they died. My nose fell off. The hands fell off. Such a cool thing. We're not saying feet fell off. I'm not going to be some. Yeah, I'm just probably that you had. I have this fear me that you my eyes are told me that I step on the side of shadow of that's the means of the relation. I saw shadow was under me. I saw Raven. Anyway, I feel the night. Says the Loki. I read everything in the wall. It did not still. That says that. Finally, it's incredible. I was pretty small. That's a sign of either peace or entirely of the same life. In personal peace, or not, it's a sign of peace. As long as you have number 11 thing I think is that you can get into it very each one of these things is to be possible. That means that possibly would be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a dream about a permanent you're supposed to stuff. I'll show you her thought. The body. If you shave, the hearing, of course, dreams about being patient, anticipate, weeds, plural. It's very different dream. Right? I really have. I think that it's about that. If you eat, it pours you. If you don't have a syrup, it gets you, then you're journey out of it. And if you ride her, it means you great. If it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. Dream about a donkey, waiting for you to show up. You dream about a cat, and pull it like show up, then you'll have a nice song. It's called in your city, with a good, you'll have something bad change. If you dream about white grapes, it's one side, black grapes, and it's the right time, it's a great sign, it's not a great time. Season has dream about white grapes, it's a great sign. Red one, you have nicely, it's a great sign, it's reality, it's a bad sign. And fine, if you see, like, it's making it there, it's not a problem. That you know that you're see the family dream. That's a really bad sign. I think we'll look at we have over 100 we are no longer they application. The person sees the animal that anybody going to the person sees another thing with the saddle he ceased to live with that. Now name written down, or which was known as he ceased to translate the word that means you have a full something and they will take from Shabbat. Something each may relevant, that means that he's probably but his generation is the that's not. He's still in the world with godless person sees that he's died. And when it's finished davening, it's a great sign. It's a certain relation to the person. So on condition that these people before that didn't know these people were in the case of the system responding to people, but never were not the people without them. So the system is there's another is better also is modification stage. I don't know about the person treats love, she's not even treats love when it's peace. Partly is the person thinks love breaks. It's his wife who gets married, very fresh, she has he's big, he's a big hero, he's happy. The program is a small thing. This will expand, multiple, grow, and it's a split that is going on. The sun pharaoh is the largest cycle in the season. Olives, as we get better, it makes the olive tree will have many children, and you can see the oil that the light of Tyra. So the season thing happens in that. I mean, I'm sure it's the first thing to go every year. You go to them, if you see this in the past, that this is successful, but the inherit, but season history, I mean, that means it was good. He has a beautiful grandmother's garden. Sees people love. That means these people are not as beautiful. And the person sees a goose, that's a sign of love. And if you have a relation with a goose, that's a sign of comfort. Like Rabbi said, if a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having been a sufferer. Multiple chickens, multiple days of work, he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and step on his life. A person sees eggs, or round things that's like or a glass or a cucumber, that means that is place is suspended. Makes a way. Whereas the person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. Things that he's shaping. As he outside and he's shaping his spirit as well. As a sign of the things happening to his family as well. A person sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good day. And if he very hard, but very well, a great deal as well. And a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person is naked, was slaughtered, that means he's a lot bigger. That means he's himself of all the that's the cops grab a person, that means the perfection of she always had to go over it. The person sees something in the heart, that means you're human, he sees other parts. You made that bit of liberation. And the person sees himself. The snake, that's the great side of the and also the snakes work more than food. If the snake bites in my mouth, and if the snake if he kills the snake, that means he wants to hurt himself. Even though Rav said that his brother was double, because Rav didn't want to give him the condition. All liquids are great sign beside water. He's great sign. He's not looking at their defensive truth interpretation. The person sees safe from above in a dream. That means right. That's a sign of parentheses. That's all the sign of feels Esther in the Dayima. That is a sign of a nix. See, that's a sign of wealth. Parentheses, metals, that's a great sign. However, that exclude sees a form, dramatic, and a X. Handle items that you bring damage with from that side. All fruits are a size, things that are not right. All vegetables are good size that as it turns resemble a thing like the other day, but colors are great. The size of color blue, person's face, that's a medical sign. There are three things that go into the bathroom. Cherries, inferior dates, and blood regions. There are things that go into the body, and the body benefits from it. That's being influencing itself and going to the bathroom. There are three things that have simple and final that Shabbos, sun, and there are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or voice, especially a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good stuff. There are three things that expand a person's mind. That is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, a beautiful place to start. Five things that are important of 16. Fire is 16 of the air. Running is 16. Mud, Shabbos is 16 of the air. Sleeping is 16 of the death. And our dream is 160th of another. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things. We can't sick person. Contestants. Life. So give us a small fish. And try and do it. That things will cause a permanent conversation that's even worse. That is, the people that acts in a bird, if you roast it, or an egg, if you shave, or you press milk, or bake, eating nuts. Cucumbers are very difficult in the body, like swords. But that's large cucumbers. Small cucumbers are always says the Rabbi has always had some cucumbers on the table, very healthy, even in the summer. If a person dreams about a dead person in some house, that means it's a sign of peace. That person is eating, drinking, it's a sign. That person removes shoes from the house. That's a thing. It's a good sign for shoes. And he gives you, and it's a good sign he gives you. Alright? And it's the person sees up in his arm. The water that just went. She's like, oh, no, I should look at it. Alright, I'm back. Very nice. It's true. It's my place. And there's a story she said, oh, I said, shame. Just like, as I was like, I said, all there, all the conversations all over it. Possibly, I love it. Turn the heart of the people that do people. The Tanakh says, don't say that. They are mostly goyim. Where Shimon says, what's the that they're having wonderful. Less just like every place. You see, special. Borrow should borrow. Fully promote that mentions you certainly and I did this doesn't mention the first things for the peace, drink, you need to do it for yourself. You're not a many
said, "Who's witness?" He says, "Yeah." So I don't even care. That's not fine. This guy, he goes out. He ordered the water.